there, but he can't wear all the hats, right? Like, even if you're the best player and a leader, you don't have the energy to do all the things. I mean, you think about Steph Curry. You think about
when you say all the things, like what else is encompassed within all the things?
Meaning, like the energy that it takes to score 35 points a night, face the opposing team's best defensive players, give the team a chance to win every night physically, doing your physical therapy and rehab, getting there early, staying late, all the things that you need to do just for you before you even get to everybody else. When you're an MVP caliber player, sometimes like all the energy you have needs to go into that, and that's how you lead. And then the other things are, being a vocal leader in terms of, holding guys accountable, saying certain things, pulling the guy to the side, having a one-on-one conversation with him, being the guy that's going to lead some of the team bonding or, dinner plans or golf plans, whatever those things are. He shouldn't have to plan it all out, map it all out, be the only guy leading in that area. Because ultimately, if he's not an MVP caliber basketball player and all of his energy can't be focused there, the team is not going to be successful. So there are other guys, like Austin Reeves is going to have to take a step forward in terms of vocally being the leader in a lot of ways. And then other veteran guys, regardless of Jared Vanderbilt's role, he's a guy that's been on this team now for a few years. Mm-hmm. He may have to step forward vocally in terms of accountability and making sure guys understand why Kevon Looney was brought here.
That was the name I was going to bring up in that exact spot.
Yeah, a championship player from Golden State historically, has seen what great leaders look like. But again, like it's the Steph Curry example. Like Steph is the best player on the Warriors. He's a leader in many ways, but Draymond Green has gotten the label and also navigated being more of the passion, the energy, the vocal leader of the group, right? Klay Thompson had his own leadership style in terms of how he showed up and performed. Andre Iguodala was there. He had leadership qualities. And so it's never just the best player's responsibility to score 30 and have to tell you what to do and have to be the first one in practice and the last one to leave, and the one to remind you that you need to make sure that you recover and get your sleep. Like that has to be something that multiple guys are bought into doing and actually taking pressure off of Luka so he doesn't have to wear all those hats. That was how I view my responsibility next to the great players that I played with. Like, they shouldn't have to be the one vocally leading us through everything. Like, I'll take some of that responsibility.
Yeah.
Even in handling the media. Luka shouldn't have to answer all the questions all the time. Somebody else should step up and say, man, we got to be better. We need to do this. We need to do that. Because they're always going to want to try to pull Luka out and have him say it.
Yeah, they are. But isn't that, but be honest here, man, isn't that just kind of part of the gig? Like,
no,
he's the face now.
That's fine. But he shouldn't have to answer every question all the time. After losses, sometimes Luka should just be able to go take a shower, man, go get on the bus, and not have to be the one to answer the questions about why we lost. But now, that's not every night.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not saying that.
Of course.
It's not about, like, he should avoid the media just because the team lost.
Okay.
Not saying that. What I'm saying, though, is somebody has to be willing to step forward and lessen the responsibility that he has to always be the one taking on that load. Like,
so I'll look at like the Knicks as an example. Like, yep. Jalen Brunson did every single thing, but he wasn't always there alone. He often had like Josh Hart to his right, maybe he had Cat to his right. Like, there was an aspect of those post-game meetings or post-game pressers they're just kind of different a little bit, that team. They felt throughout the entire playoffs, they legitimately felt like a team throughout, all the way down to the press conferences. You don't see that in a lot of places.
No, I mean, you're seeing it more in the league now, though. I mean, Oklahoma City, they became famous for, like 9 guys would stand behind the one guy doing the post-game interview. Like, it's important for teams now that players have. That it's almost like a college atmosphere. It's like club team, travel team. Like they want to do things together. They want to spend time together. They want to hang out in the same places, and really almost kind of like similar to other businesses, like the walls of hierarchy and who has what contract. And just because you're an all-star and I'm not, like, it doesn't mean we're not all in this together. And a lot of the better, I don't want to say better, a lot of the guys around the league that are leaders of their teams also are one of the guys. And I think that's where Luka has an opportunity to lead differently than whether it was LeBron or other veteran guys that have been there in more recent years. And I thought LeBron had done a fantastic job of it as well, and the team had really gotten closer over the last few years because they were all just one of the guys. Like, they hung out together, they played golf together, they did things and created that brotherhood and that family type of atmosphere. And I think the Lakers are going to have to be intentional about making sure they maintain those things.
855-975-2326. What do you guys think? What kind of leader do you expect Luka to be here in L.A. now that it is officially Luka's team? But I'm glad you brought that up, the idea of going out and hanging out and the team being close together, because the reason this conversation's even being brought up right now is because Luka, according to reports, Luka Doncic is hosting the entire Los Angeles Lakers roster in Slovenia for a 4-day minicamp in August. A source close to the Lakers told ESPN. The itinerary includes workouts, golf, and some tourism and bonding ahead of training camp. Now, like, I could see this going two different ways. This could be brilliant. Everybody shows up, they do their thing, and they go golfing. They bond. They have a great time. They go get some drinks. They check out what Slovenia is like. Hell, you give me the opportunity to go spend 4 days in Slovenia and do anything, I'll check it out. Yeah, let's go to Slovenia. I've never been to Slovenia. I can also see the other guys on the team going like, Slovenia? Like, I only got a couple of months off here, and I gotta go all the way to Slovenia for a 4-day mini camp. That's a tall ask sometimes. That being said, I'm assuming a lot of guys are in, but I can definitely see this going both ways. But I have to assume if they're all getting ready to pull on the same rope on the same direction, I have to assume the guys are in this with Luka, since he is the face of the team now.
Yeah, I think everybody will show up.
I think they better show up.
Yeah, I think everybody will show up.
Imagine being the one guy that didn't.
Yeah, two things come to mind. One, I mean, the guys now have, support from an administrative standpoint, like to plan all this out, map it all out. They're going to have an itinerary. Everything's going to be set up in Slovenia, the restaurant reservations, the golf course. Like, it's all going to flow as though this thing has been planned for a year. So that takes a lot of the, just the pressures and anxieties around, travel and schedule and all those things right out of the conversation. Two, this is a pretty young team. And so, obviously some of these guys are, I'm sure, maybe married or in relationships, maybe have kids, but it's not a super vet team where, going to Slovenia for 4 days could be disruptive, especially in August with school starting and, different family commitments. So I think there are some positives there with, a lot of guys in their early to mid 20s as part of this group. Then you have a little bit more flexibility in terms of, your calendar and what's going on. And then lastly, I think all of these guys are going to be highly motivated to kind of show like what they're capable of, and not in a negative way, but as LeBron has departed and gone over to Philly, including Luka, the coaching staff, Austin Reeves, etc. Like, whether it's real or not, sometimes you've told yourself, oh man, they think I was only able to do that because LeBron was here. Watch this. Watch how hard I worked this offseason. Watch how I make it look. No, it wasn't just because he was here that we were able to do A, B, C, etc. Coaching staff, same way. Like, LeBron gets credit for being one of the smartest, most intelligent basketball players on the planet.
Hell, he got credit for being the GM of the team. LeBron gets a lot of credit and flack for everything that he does and does not do, depending on whatever team he's on.
Right, but like in terms of focusing on how much credit would go to him in terms of teams, and how he almost was like a basketball coach and encyclopedia on the court because of how many situations he'd been in, his understanding of the game, et cetera. So oftentimes being on a team with a guy like that, it makes the game so much easier because he's taking a lot of the work away. It's like being with a great quarterback that the ball is just there right when you need it. And so I think all these guys, especially the returners, including the coaching staff, again, even imagine how motivated Bronny is himself.
Oh, dude, I bet.
Oh, y'all think I'm only here because my dad? Oh, okay. Watch how hard I'm about to work this offseason, so when my opportunity comes, I'm going to go out here and show people, yeah, okay, they drafted me because my dad was here, but that's not why I'm still here. And so everybody has their reason for why this season for the Lakers needs to be a good one, not just an average one. All the new free agents,
they got something to prove.
Too.
Walker Kessler's got something to prove.
Something to prove as well. And so, again, this is all opportunity. And so the trip to Slovenia with the entire group, yes, I think it helps it's a notch in the belt of team camaraderie, team chemistry, team bonding. I'm not a fan of it if it's just token. It's something that you have to be intentional about throughout the year, but you also can't force it either. You know, like every week there shouldn't be an invite going out for something else that guys don't really want to do.
It can be tricky, man.
Yeah, it has to be organic and something that the guys are all in on. And especially early right now, I think everybody's going to be all in. And yeah, I think this group is going to be fun to watch. And they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder big time.
We're seeing it for the first time. We're seeing Luka, the leader, with the Lakers right now for the very, very first time. What kind of leader do you think Luka will be in the purple and gold? Let's get over to the phones. 855-975-2326. Let's get over to Mitch in L.A. Talk to us, Mitch. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Good morning. I think he's definitely your best player. He seems to have the most experience looking at because I like the additions, but they don't have more years of playing in the NBA, I believe, those guys, except maybe Sexton, I'm not sure. But what he's doing is off-season, that is it could have saved some money, but it's keeping it local in Southern California, right? But it's his team. I know it'll be top three, but playoff bound for sure. And it's a good start to get everybody connected.
No, I agree, dude. Like, listen, like a vacation for the team is not a bad way to start. It's an interesting. I'm fascinated to see how this team kind of molds together. D. Fish and Mitch, thank you so much for the call. But I'm interested. I'm interested in seeing how this can go because I could see somebody getting a call saying, "Yeah, everybody's coming to a mini camp in Slovenia," and somebody like, "Okay, I'll be there." Because Luka made the invite. You got to go.
Yeah, you do. And I'm sure there was some communication on which 4 days, would best fit for guys. I mean, guys have lives. They have other things. They may have planned a different vacation or, other things. And so I'm sure there was enough communication to make sure, the dates worked and everybody could show up. Somebody's brother is getting married, they can't go to Slovenia for a minicamp.
Yeah.
So I'm sure all of this was mapped out. And I think they're going to have a ton of fun. Like it's important that this group binds together as quickly as possible. That's going to be the hardest thing that they have to do is just figure out how to get together and connected as a group. The talent, the versatility in the roster is there. But can you really become a team? Can you play together in the hardest moments and figure out how to get it done as a group?
Lots to discuss when it comes to this team. Obviously, the insurmountable West. The two teams that are at the very top. I'm trying to just think because I look at this team and it's so many question marks. That's the thing. And like last year, going to last season, I knew what we had. This year, I know what we have on paper player-wise, but it's that chemistry aspect that I just truly don't know. That's why I see this as a really great opportunity for the Lakers to build that chemistry long before the chemistry even needs to be there.
Yeah, two things. So the care factor has to be high, right? And I think a trip like this starts to build a care factor. Like I need to care about why we're doing this and who we're doing it for. And doing it for one another is a big piece of achieving at a high level. And then two, what helps the care factor to increase or grow, and what gives everybody a common bond is when you play for the name on the front of the jersey at a high level. Because that's what brings us all to the center of the table, is if we play for the name on the front and take away from our focus going to the name on the back too often, that gives us a chance. And so when you put that uniform on and you're playing for the Lakers, like if you focus on what that means, the legacy, the success, the winning, and that is always what you kind of lean on in the hardest moments, then that automatically gives you a common bond as a group.
Well, guys, lots to discuss when it comes to the offseason of the Lakers, but coming up, the QB battle at Rams training camp continues for that backup spot, and we're going to do a little check-in with our own Lindsay Polaris, as she's been at Rams camp getting amazing video and then so much more. We will discuss it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
the building. We are back in the building, man. Me and Cody.
Doing great.
Quick little restroom break, but
Don't change
we
a
are
thing.
back on D-Fish and Decker. It is 8:29 a.m. We are rolling.
Yeah, the temperature is about 75 degrees.
Right
out there.
on through
That's
this
right,
thing.
that's how we
are
do it.
rolling, man. We just finished talking about Luka and, and the Lakers and his leadership opportunities with this group.
What an opportunity it is.
It is.
It's such an opportunity.
And now
it's
time to switch to football.
Yeah, and we can talk about the leadership opportunities that are taking place in Rams camp. And who better to join us than our very own Lindsay Polaris joins us live to talk about basically everything she's seeing over there at Rams camp. She's been getting great videos. She's been seeing all the great stuff. And Lindsay, how is it being out in the wonderful sun while we're here in this nice, cold, and cozy little spot?
It's honestly wonderful. I will say it hasn't been 70 degrees. It's been like 85, but like a nice ocean breeze at the LMU campus. So I don't hate it. I think it's perfect football weather, honestly. This is when it becomes football season. So I'm super down to not be in the studio with you lovely, fine people.
Lance, talk to us. What are you seeing? I mean, obviously so much excitement around the LA Rams and the roster they put together, possible continued additions with Aaron Donald. But what has stood out to you from your eyes as you've been at Rams training camp?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is Matthew Stafford actually participating in practices this year. That's something that they didn't have in previous season. What they're doing is they're practicing in 4-day blocks. Matthew Stafford is practicing every second and fourth day. And honestly, he looks in midseason form. I think that is the general consensus. All his throws are on target. He has obviously this growing chemistry as the seasons grow with both Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Like they are, he's slinging it and they're catching pretty much every ball thrown their way. Yesterday, the defense finally got its first interception. A lot of excitement, obviously, about the possibility of Aaron Donald coming back. But I think there's so much hype of Myles Garrett, obviously, reigning Defensive Player of the Year. And then also the new additions they made on the back end of the defense, particularly Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson that they added from the Kansas City Chiefs. They're both, experienced in working with, Super Bowl. They're both Super Bowl winners. So, lot of excitement to be able for the Rams wide receivers to be competing against them.
Lindsay, you're over there checking out the camp and you're getting a first-hand look at it. You mentioned the Matthew Stafford of it all, and I'm very interested about his usage at camp as well. 2 days on, 2 days off each week. I understand that thought process, but when he's out, who's getting those first-team reps? Is Ty Simpson getting an opportunity with them, or does it look like Stetson Bennett still has that backup spot kind of maybe not locked up, but for the time being?
I think for this first block, they're going with the more veteran player, which is obviously Stetson Bennett. He has been getting the bulk of the second team reps when all four of the QBs are out there. It's been very, very limited opportunities for Ty Simpson. And what Sean McVay has said after practice on those days is that Ty Simpson is in the best position to learn and to grow as a young player. And he's maximizing on the few reps that he is getting when all four of those QBs are out there. And then we also spoke to Puka Nacua yesterday, who said that the one thing that's really impressed him about Ty Simpson is obviously limited reps on the field. But Puka said he's been in the quarterback room and Ty Simpson is the guy that is asking questions. He wants to be a sponge. He has no fear of looking dumb or, asking that dumb question. He's like, I'm young, I'm here to grow. And if I don't get something, I'm going to ask about it. And I'm going to figure it out. Stetson Bennett obviously just has the confidence of somebody that's been there and knows the Sean McVay system. And he is getting more of those. He's getting the bulk of the second team reps out at camp.
Lance, Puka Nacua, you brought him up. We spent some time talking about Puka this morning and just kind of, that process he's gone through this offseason and preparation for camp, personally and professionally. How has he looked at camp? Does he look like the type of guy the Rams should invest in? And, how excited is he to be out there on the field?
I think given all the off the field issues during the off season, he's really taken the opportunity to lock in for training camp. I think the general consensus is that he is in great shape. He talked a little bit about it that, he kind of used the off the field stuff. He's reacted to it in the best way that he can in terms of he talked about going to therapy. He talked about also getting his diet right, getting his mind right, really leaning on his support system to lock in. And he mentioned that the football field is his safe place. This team is a safe place. So he said, I never take seeing that number 12 jersey in my locker for granted. So that was the number one priority after obviously going through what he did in the off season. So I think that's been the motivation to just get back to what matters the most to him, and that's playing for the Los Angeles Rams. But he was asked quite a bit about all those off the field issues yesterday after practice.
We are right now being joined by Lindsay Polaris, our very own Lindsay Polaris, who's been over there at Rams camp all week long, getting all this amazing information. And Lindsay, before we let you go, Myles Garrett, I mean, truly, how does it look? And also the elephant in the room, how much chatter about Aaron Donald is taking place over there at Rams camp?
I think it's a daily topic of conversation. Myles Garrett, large human. He looks large on the field. We actually got him for a post practice press conference. Even larger, so tall. But, he described being at Rams camp as a joy and a pleasure. He said, I know I'm a veteran guy here, but I don't want to force anything onto the guys here. I'm open for dialogue. I'm happy to have any conversations about anybody that wants to pick my brain. He did mention, or he was asked, I guess, if he had tried to sway Aaron Donald in one way or another. He said, absolutely not. All I've told him is that I would love to learn from him. But he said, he's a grown man. He's going to make his own decision. It's obviously not an easy thing to come out of retirement after 2 years. And, he's going to make that decision based on, where he's at with his life and his family. And he kind of put the football thing to rest. So he's like, he's going to make the decision that's best for him. But he's like, yeah, obviously I would be happy if he comes back and I'm eager to play with him. So I think it's very much the wait and see approach, which is what a lot of the players are doing.
She is Lindsay Polaris. She is on our show all the time. She does all incredible social media work as well. And the videos you have coming out of camp are phenomenal. Lindsay, we can't wait to have you back in studio so we can actually chat you up a little bit. But until then, enjoy the weather. The 80-degree weather at LMU.
Thanks for having me, guys.
The best. Lindsay Polaris doing some great work over here for the Fan LA, and of course checking out everything at Rams camp. And it is interesting because I did see an interview with the post presser that she's referring to, talking about when they asked him about they asked Myles Garrett specifically about Aaron Donald, and I really liked his answer. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just imagining the things that I could possibly learn from him, pick his brain." And then I'm glad he said this, because when he said that, I'm like, "Oh, you're just saying the nice line but you're Myles Garrett. I mean, how much are you going to really learn?" But then he said, and I also think equally he could do the same with me. And to which I'm like, now we're talking. That's the Myles Garrett I want. Like, yeah, of course you can learn a little bit from Aaron Donald. But what can Aaron Donald learn from you, my guy? Because you are Myles Garrett, man. You are, as far as defense goes, you're the guy in the league right now.
Yes. I think he also was saying, like, it's also representative of, like, a reciprocal relationship, right? Like, yes, there's so many things that I can learn from Aaron Donald. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, he can also ask me some questions and learn some things from me, but not necessarily specifically related to playing football or playing defense per se. Just learning, each other as people. In addition to the football piece, one of the great things about elite players is how curious they are about how to be better. And so, think about the breakfast conversation that these two guys could have around, angles and pressures and, man, this is what I do when it's a third down situation and I can feel that it might be a run play. I adjust my stance this way, or I lean this way, or, when I get ready to make my spin move, I do like all the little nuances.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like, oh, he can ask me some questions because I'm so good that he can ask me questions.
No, it's use your eyes to see what you
do. It's the little detailed things that great players have and a willingness to share those things, but also, again, what makes them great is their ability and willingness to learn from others.
So the most I ever learned while playing baseball was never from coaches. It was always from other teammates. This is the honest to God truth. I would be in the batting cage, and the conversations that would be going on, we'd talk about approach, and because all of our approach was different. How do you get to what you do? What do I do to get to what I do? What do we work on? And I loved hearing other guys' perspectives on what they do and why they do it, especially because hitting, we're all doing technically the same thing, but we are not doing the same thing. So I loved kind of picking guys' brains and honestly just watching and observing, seeing how this guy's left leg lands on his stride, seeing how this guy turns on his backside, seeing how that guy doesn't turn his backside at all and only uses his hands. Like, you are right. The nuances of the game that you can learn from each other is far greater than, hey, young buck, sit down, let me tell you a story.
Yes, that's the magic stuff. I remember, Kobe would go to All-Star Weekend and come back, and he inevitably would, there would be something that he saw that he wanted to kind of take from one of the other guys. And you could tell he had spent the weekend, asking the guy or observing the guy do it regularly. Man, okay, I'm going to take that back after the All-Star break. And so one year, post All-Star weekend, he came back, and Tim Duncan used to be masterful at shooting the 45-degree bank shot off the glass, and which is a lost art these days. And he came back after one break and just didn't miss shooting that same shot, and it was just like, oh yeah, I can take that. Oh yeah, I can learn that. Oh yeah, it was just a constantly being a student of the game and having that growth mindset. And oftentimes people think great players are just kind of born that way, but they're just constantly learning all the time. That's how they get to the levels they do.
Absolutely. Well, guys, so much more to discuss on the show, and only about an hour to do it here on D. Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, Space Jam 2, Now the Last Dance 2. LeBron just loves being a sequel to Jordan, doesn't he? We're going to discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long. Get in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube. And, of course, lots of conversation going on in the chat that we are about to get into. But first, we teased it. We got to get to it. LeBron James, my goodness, this man. There are good things about LeBron James that I absolutely adore and love and appreciate. And there are things about him that are very much get under my skin. And that has always been kind of the thing about LeBron in LA. Like, that's where everything with the LeBron LA thing kind of falls through the cracks on me, because so many people get in their feelings about LeBron. They don't actually like to take a look at the facts about LeBron. So LeBron leaving LA, a lot of feelings have gotten involved and have been portrayed as facts around it, as opposed to what it actually should be, more factually based. And that's how you should kind of draw your conclusions, in my professional opinion. That being said, it's things like this about LeBron that makes me go, bro, what are you doing? Come on, you're a billionaire. You're one of the greatest players of all time. And we always hate the idea, like, because you and I have discussed it, like, oh, here comes the GOAT conversation. Who's better, LeBron or MJ? And most of the time I say, LeBron doesn't do that or bring it upon himself all the time. But it's things like this where he does. Now, as you know, LeBron James did star in Space Jam 2. Now, those of you that are looking back at the original Space Jam with rose-colored lenses, it sucks. It's borderline unwatchable, and you know it. You just don't want to admit it because you love MJ and you love Looney Tunes and you probably grew up in the 90s like I did. That being said, it's not a great movie. Also, now it's being reported, and we've been aware of this for a little while now. LeBron has been walking around with a camera crew, and they've been getting a documentary footage of him for quite some time now. And now it's being reported that LeBron James is officially in talks with ESPN to release eventually a very much a Last Dance style type of documentary about LeBron James's Last Dance. Seemingly, they'll just call it The Last Dance Part 2. Granted, it's not the same thing as The Last Dance. Of course, The Last Dance was very much about the last dance of that Chicago Bulls team, but I think a lot of people have since, kind of based on internet memes and how the clips have gone viral on the internet, I think people look back at that documentary going like, oh yeah, the Jordan documentary. Wasn't a Jordan documentary. It's a Bulls documentary that, of course, Jordan was a huge part of. But ESPN putting it out there that, yeah, we're doing a Last Dance with LeBron. And I'm like, oh my God, stop it, please. I'm okay to see the documentary, but the fact that you're immediately just putting it out there that it's LeBron's Last Dance, this is where things lose me a little bit, D-Fish.
Which part though?
I just feel like LeBron can't have it both ways. I'm more than happy to compare him to LeBron, to compare him to MJ till the end of time, if that's what he really wants. But he in press has said no, he doesn't want that. But then he stars in Space Jam 2, and now he's doing The Last Dance too.
Oh, okay. I see
it's like, okay. Dude, I can't feel bad for you. You tell us not to do it, and then you do it yourself. Like, we can't help it.
Yeah, okay. So I see what you're saying. You're saying, okay, if you don't want us to lump you in with comparing you to Michael all the time.
Yes.
Then don't do some of the same things that Michael did.
Don't do Michael's sequels.
Okay. I get it. All right. That's fair to feel that way. Okay. I think that feeling is separate, though, from a documentary about LeBron.
Yeah.
Like that. That's a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah. You absolutely should do the documentary.
Yeah. Now, they're saying Last Dance style, I think also to reference, like, the way that documentary was shot. Like, sometimes, like, documentaries are shot in a way where it's like kind of like a flowing story, like it starts at one point and ends at another point. What I thought was brilliant about The Last Dance and a lot of other content projects in recent years is that they jump back and forth. So they start in 1991, they go forward to 1997, they go back to 1986.
Great narrative process. It was a real good story, well-told story.
I think when they're saying Last Dance style, that's what they're referring to. Not specifically it's going to be the same thing, because it can't be, because what made The Last Dance what it was that was that was actually Phil's moniker for the season.
Yeah.
It was probably going to be their last dance as a team after essentially like winning 5 championships in 1 decade. So you can't replicate that. I don't care what your name is. Nobody's doing that. But the style of filming and the way things were recorded and captured and the way they're going to tell the story, like, I don't mind them calling it Last Dance style in that regard. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's all. It's just, I'm going to watch the documentary, but at the end of the day, I actually, you know what? I'll take it back, everything I'm saying right now. If LeBron titles it The Last Dance 2, but he spells it TOO, and it's just so, this is my last dance. If you do that, I'll laugh and watch it. I will. I'll absolutely do it. By the way,
a report just came in. He's not trying to be like Jordan. He's not calling it The Last Dance. He's calling it The Last Tango.
He might have some issues with that one too. I think that's owned by somebody.
Oh my gosh!
It's the last waltz, D-Fish. It's completely different.
Sure. I mean, we do know this was has been in the works, right?
For a
like,
couple of years now. It's apparently been in the works for like 4 years. He's been having a camera crew follow him the entire time. Yeah. So listen, it's going to be
which
a documentary.
Was still after The Last Dance.
That is true. It was. He watched The Last Dance during COVID. He's like, ooh, I got to get me some of that.
I don't mind. I don't care.
I don't mind. I'm just saying it's probably what happened.
All right.
Probably.
Sure. I mean, we hear the same songs remade and re-looped all the time.
Yes, we do.
We don't really like go at music artists that way when we hear the same sample.
We do some of them.
We do sometimes.
We do some of them.
We don't.
I do. I love going after my musical artists when they steal things from other artists that I like. I mean, have you ever heard of, what was it, Parallel Lines? What was the song that what's his name did a couple of years ago? The one that got really popular during that whole Pharrell run. His dad was the sitcom.
Oh yeah.
Why am I? He's married to Paula Patton. Yeah.
The Marvin Gaye.
The Marvin Gaye. Yeah. Exactly. Robin Thicke.
It was the same song.
Yeah. Now Robin Thicke, who I think is talented, that was just a Marvin Gaye song.
Come on. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying like the same samples, not like literally repeating the same song. I'm talking about the track.
I guess we will decide when we see the documentary. That's when we will make our final determination on this. But D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. By the way, the chat was ahead of us on this, and yes, the news is coming out. There have been threats made over to FIFA from multiple teams over there in the UEFA Champions League and all the countries that are involved in Europe. They were saying that they might actually boycott FIFA if they take certain actions. And ladies and gentlemen, it is official. UEFA teams are now officially boycotting FIFA. And Raj, I would love to get your things. You're our resident soccer expert. What exactly is Infantino even doing right now, and why is everyone mad at him, other than the obvious that he sucks?
Well, for one, it's corruption at the highest level, which we've seen already. But even after all that, you're going to back it up. Let me double down. And what he's done is basically, let's just say UEFA, which I'm saying is different than FIFA, but that's European Football Association, all that. 55 member nations have officially agreed to boycott all FIFA competitions. And that's including the World Cup coming up in 2030. And that's in protest over a controversial plan by FIFA president, Gianni, to sell commercial stakes to private investors. What the hell are you? I mean, I get money, you're trying to invest, but dude, this is bad, bro.
And the main investor has been revealed to be Jared Kushner. And listen, this has been a real interesting couple of months when it comes to FIFA, because the World Cup, we can all agree, was a huge success, especially out here in the States. But the things that were bad about it were so bad and so blatant, it was painful. Now you got this whole thing trying to privatize the World Cup in very dark money type of ways. I gotta say, good on UEFA for actually doing this and actually kind of getting the guts to do it, because this is some tough ass stuff right here.
Yeah, and soccer teams do have power. These are international powers, but there was something called a Super League, which you guys probably don't remember, maybe 4 or 5. It was supposed to almost replace the Champions League. They were just doing too much. And certain teams like Liverpool, there's certain big-time English league and European league teams, that just pulled out. We're not doing this. We're boycotting. We ain't doing it. And they wind up smashing. It was a money grab and horrible idea, just crushing like the tradition of soccer, which is important. And this is similar. And the fact that all 55 members of UEFA pulled out, it's not going to happen. It won't go through. But just the fact that they're trying it bothers me.
Dude, I really kind of dig that they all kind of pull through, because here's the thing: they threatened it, and then FIFA just like, nah, we're FIFA, we're going to continue doing what we're doing, and they got them to act. The fact that you got 55 countries all on the same page within 48 hours. You're doing something wrong.
When's the last time you got 55 countries to agree?
When's the time you got 55 anything to agree?
We can't even get 5 of us in this studio to agree on anything.
Ever. You got 55 countries on the same side. That's how evil FIFA has turned themselves into. But here we are. The boycott is here.
You want boycott too, Fish? You down?
You sure?
Come on, there we go,
baby.
Fish.
That's right. That's right.
All of it.
We're gonna get some Guy Fawkes masks. We're gonna look like V for Vendetta up in this place. I love it. So listen, lots to discuss when it comes to that. Of course, FIFA has so many issues that a lot of them were put on display for the entire world to see, all the warts and all. So yes, this is going to be a very interesting time for the world of soccer, because right now the world of soccer probably has never been hotter. So naturally, some legislation needs to happen right after the greatest things in your entire history sport trying to take place. But guys, so much to discuss on that and in the show going forward. If you guys missed earlier, we were talking the trade deadline with Russ Dorsey, and we got a lot of great information from him coming with it. And of course, we talked about Shohei Ohtani and the issues with Shohei Ohtani. Are those issues going to force the Dodgers to make a blockbuster deal? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we are live all the way to the 10 o'clock hour. And welcome to the show. We've done a lot of talking today. Earlier on the show, we had Russ Dorsey of MLB Network and, of course, Apple TV Plus, and he's a great baseball insider over there with Yahoo Sports. We talked a lot about the trade deadline, of which we're going to talk about some more right now. And, of course, if you missed that Russell Dorsey interview, you can go check it out right now over there on the Odyssey app, and you can take us anywhere on the go with the Odyssey app. On top of that, like, share, and subscribe to the D. Fish and Decker podcast, wherever you get your favorite podcasts. But D. Fish, so much to discuss when it comes to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Good win last night, very positive win last night. Shohei Ohtani offensively looked fantastic again. Another 2 hits, a double, an RBI double, knocking in Dalton Rushing, catcher who decided to score from first base. Well done. I love seeing a catcher do that. Another phenomenal outing by
You
Eric
couldn't move
Lauer.
like that? You couldn't move
Dude,
like that?
I could never move like that. So this is 100% true, bro. So I was a catcher, right? But I wasn't a good catcher. There were so many better catchers than me. Defensively, I was passable. That's why they always put me at first or third base. I was a much better first baseman. I was a decent third baseman. And occasionally, in a pinch because they needed my bat, Dak, how you feeling in the outfield? Terrible, but I'll go out there. So that's what I would do. But I got to say, I had the speed of a lumbering elderly catcher. Yeah, I wasn't running. I wasn't there to take extra. Here's the thing I always said, because I did have 14 triples in my career. Someone's like, why only 14 triples? Bro, can't be leading the league in doubles if I'm hitting triples. What are you talking about? Triples. Get out of here. That's that nonsense for the birds.
Oh,
that being said, yeah, I love seeing a catcher score from first. Because I didn't do that very much. But here's the deal. The team looked great. Eric Lauer is 9th. Well, I'll take that back. The Dodgers' 9th win with Eric Lauer starting. The Dodgers are 9-0 with Eric Lauer on the mound. He is 6-0 as Los Angeles Dodgers. He's got like a 2.89 ERA with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Obviously, before that with the Toronto Blue Jays, he was rocking like a 6.68. A tough time for him over there. But not just him. It's a tough time for everybody rocking it up over there in Canada, because the Blue Jays are an absolute dumpster fire and the Dodgers are just rolling. But we talked to Russ Dorsey earlier, and I agreed with his take on this. And I think a lot of people have the same take. I think you'd be nuts not to have the take. Ohtani's pitching is a luxury. It is a luxury that the Dodgers unquestionably paid for with that $700 million price tag that is on Shohei Ohtani. That being said, we are all very well aware where Shohei Ohtani's value really is. I've been saying this since he signed with the team from jump. The days of Shohei Ohtani's pitching, and at the time, he was already penciled in to be a full-time DH that first year, possibly that first year and a half. And he was. He ended up getting around 50 innings last season, also pitched all the way into the World Series. Phenomenal stuff, as always. But I cannot stress this enough. Knowing when they signed him, they knew the window of having Shohei Ohtani was going to be in the middle of that contract, and I wasn't sure how long that was going to be. The man's had 2 Tommy John surgeries, and at the end of the day, if there is something that can get him hurt to take him out of the Dodgers lineup, I don't want it. Period. Stop. The man won an MVP by being a DH. I could care less if he pitches another inning for the rest of his career. I need him hitting every day. That's where his true, unadulterated value stands. That being said, if you can have Shohei Ohtani on the mound, I would love to have Shohei Ohtani on the mound. He has a 1.79 ERA. He's won almost every game he's pitched this year. He looked phenomenal, but we haven't seen it, and now we don't have a date for him coming back. So you can make the argument that him being out on the mound is indefinite for the time being. We do not know. I don't think the Dodgers know. I'm not positive Shohei Ohtani knows. The knee getting drained over the All-Star break seemingly has not slowed him down offensively. Homered yesterday with a leadoff home run, another double last night, playing like Shohei Ohtani plays, and right now he still is your card-carrying favorite to win the MVP. But it does open up a lot of questions. I have talked a lot about Tarik Skubal and how I did not think the Dodgers should go after Tarik Skubal, but I announced yesterday on the show, due to this indefinite nature of what Shohei Ohtani is going to be on the mound for the Dodgers? Yeah. Blake Snell coming back. Yeah. Technically, Tyler Glasnow coming back, even though we don't really have much word on that. If we're not going to have Shohei Ohtani pitching on the mound, maybe it's a good time to maybe look into Tarik Skubal. Maybe I've been wrong and a little short-sighted. Maybe the Dodgers can use him because there is another argument here for the Dodgers to go get him. Period. Stop. The Dodgers are circled, exclamation point, underlined, highlighted, italicized on everybody's schedule. Every team knows when they're playing them. And right now, they are at the very top of the totem pole, and everyone is down there looking up at them. Everyone wants to beat the Dodgers. Everyone that's going into October. And I'm talking about the teams that are serious. If you're a team that's not building yourself right now to have some sort of pitching staff to beat the Dodgers in October, then you are not a serious organization. As of right now, I'm looking at the Phillies like they ain't serious. They should be serious, but those comments yesterday by Don Mattingly makes me believe not a serious contender, not a serious organization. Because if they're going to stand pat and let the Dodgers go get Tarek Skubal, your asses deserve to be bounced on week 1 of the playoffs. Period. If you allow it to happen, then I have no sympathy for you, because this has nothing to do with the Dodgers' pocketbook. This has everything to do with the Dodgers willing to give up their prospects, of which every team has prospects that can get Tarek Skubal. So if you ain't willing to get him to beat the Dodgers, but the Dodgers are willing to go get him to beat your ass, then your ass gonna get beat, and I support that, D-Fish.
If you're it changes for different teams, though.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of, like, some teams, the Dodgers could afford to make the trade for Skubal, trade away some prospects and some ready now guys, whether that's a Sheehan or a Lauer or, other guys that could help now. And then if Skubal signs somewhere else in free agency after the CBA expires, or maybe he signs before, but you have to wait until after you figure out what's going on with the new CBA. The Dodgers can take that on the chin.
They can.
A lot of places can't take that on the chin.
Well, they can. They just won't.
Yeah, I don't know if you empty out your prospects to get Skubal and then he leaves in 2 months. I don't know.
No, I hear what you're saying. My issue is every team could also retain him if they wanted to. They just don't, and then they claim.
Okay, yeah, no, that's
and then
fair.
they cry poor.
Right, but I'm saying, sometimes if you trade for a guy and he doesn't want to be there,
true,
that's what happens. So
very much so.
You make the trade for Skubal, but he's like, I don't want to live in Philadelphia for whatever the reason. Mm-hmm. He's in Detroit now.
That is fair,
right? Or Milwaukee, or Tampa Bay, or for whatever the reasons are. He's like, this is not a long-term destination for me. So, yeah, you got me, but I'm out of here in free agency. And so unless you have those assurances, then, you're a little nervous about trading away some of your future.
It's tricky.
For a now guy that then won't be there 3 months from now when the season is over. So I'm not saying that's the case in a lot of these situations, but that is a concept that you have to be mindful of.
It's something you have to be mindful. Raj, what do you got?
Now, you're right, Fish, and some of these teams, I think, take that into account with what prospects they're offering, knowing it could, in fact, be a rental. But if you'll take the ring, you understand that. Dodgers, in a similar situation a while back with Ohtani, I heard word on the street was they did not go all in with the Angels trying to trade for him and give up everything, because they knew damn well he wants to be in L.A. long term, like with them, not the Angels.
So they went to get him in free agency.
Right.
Yes.
Like similar to what years ago, what I thought was a huge mistake for the Knicks when Carmelo wanted to go to New York, wanted to go home really bad, and they traded Denver and gave up all their good pieces to the Nuggets to get Melo.
Yep.
And then you had as you know, Fish, you had a carved out team with not much around it. I think Fish knows that better than anybody else here.
But he had Melo.
But if you could have just waited, the man would have freaking came and you would have still had a team around him. Fish, you can or cannot respond to that. You don't have to respond to that part.
But if you want to respond, we're all here.
100% correct. Like, it's the Dodgers were actually hoping that the Detroit Tigers did not go on this losing streak this week.
So they can retain him and no one else gets him.
Yeah, so that they keep him, and then in free agency, they can offer him more money than anybody else is willing to pay and get him that way. And so it is very interesting that, like, the interest is almost going up as the Tigers go down, because that means that most likely he's going to be traded. So now that engages the Dodgers in a different way. They don't really want to give away the prospects and the things they're going to have to give away to get him. They rather just pay him whatever he wants in the offseason. So the next few days are just going to be really interesting, man.
It's going to be real interesting.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. There's two teams I've had circled for a while. Russ brought up one of them. I've been talking about the Phillies because I brought up the Phillies earlier in this week. I wanted the Phillies to go and get them because I think if the Phillies got them, they have a three-headed pitching monster in October. That's going to be devastating. And for me, as just a baseball fan, I would love to see that matchup. I would love to see that three-headed monster in a 7-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers because I want to see the best possible baseball. The only other thing that I would think is just as scary, but actually after thinking about it and having Russell Dorsey on earlier, more scary, is if the Milwaukee Brewers go get him. Because if the Milwaukee Brewers go get him, I can't imagine how good that pitching staff and that offense will be in October. The Milwaukee Brewers got swept by the Los Angeles Dodgers last year in the playoffs, and in very convincing fashion. It was embarrassing. It was like not even a challenge for the Los Angeles Dodgers, to the point where I was just like, no one apparently is going to challenge this team. Now, granted, Toronto Blue Jays put up one hell of a challenge, but the Brewers, they were tissue paper. It was like the team was made out of graham crackers. They just fell to pieces when the Dodgers came into town. If you have Tarek Skubal and The Miz as your starters going into the playoffs against the Dodgers, you ain't falling to pieces. Those two alone will prop that team up on their shoulders, on their respective starts alone. And frankly, I'll go a step farther. That is one win guaranteed, maybe even two. That's how good these two guys would be together.
Yeah. You still got to win 3 games.
You do got to win 3.
Though. So even if you win 2, it starts out in L.A., assuming the Dodgers have home field. Even if the Brewers have home field, like, you still got to win a 3rd game. Mm-hmm. And so I still would like the Dodgers' chances in a series.
In a 5-game series, yes. In a 7-game series, though, it gets a little interesting.
Yeah, because they could come back around another time. That, to me, that's almost harder than the shorter series because that puts a ton of – they have to win the games that those 2 guys pitch. And, yes, the likelihood of them winning the game is higher when they're pitching, but it's still the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It is still the Los Angeles Dodgers.
So it's definitely tricky. It's going to be an interesting weekend, as leading into Monday. It's hard to gather, how many teams are all in on winning now, because there are a number of teams in this conversation that historically haven't shown that all-in mentality when it comes to spending money.
Brewers are one of them. Brewers are definitely one of them.
Tampa Bay is another team.
But by the way, if you believe reports, though, Tampa is way in on Tarek Skubal. They do have new ownership. And, I got to say this about Tampa Bay. Get ready to watch Tampa Bay start doing things a little different. The Dodgers minor league and professional model is now known as the Dodgers model, and everyone likes to base it off. That actually wasn't started in L.A. That was started by Friedman when he was the head of the Tampa Bay Rays. Mm-hmm. He built that franchise up with the Rays model, and then he came to the Dodgers and used that exact same model, and also they have the funds and willingness to spend as well. So now you have this incredible system that you've already built. You took it over here, and then you threw money at it. Boy, Dodgers really have themselves one hell of a model. Now the Tampa Bay Rays, they got new ownership. They want to spend money. They had that season last year that they had to play a whole year in a minor league stadium because their stadium got destroyed by the hurricane. Now they're getting ready to build a brand new multi-billion-dollar stadium. Watch out for the Rays, man. This is going to be a team that's going to be a financial player going forward in Major League Baseball because they want themselves a World Series ring.
That's good to hear. I mean, new ownership groups coming in there, into all sports, and there's some early kind of horror stories and ownership groups that have kind of stumbled.
Devil Ray days.
Yeah, stumbled out of the gates, and there's been some new ownership groups that have come into multiple sports and done really well, kind of resetting the not just the organizational culture in terms of like how they do things on a day-to-day basis, but making it clear that they bought the team with the intention of, creating a winner. And so if that's the case in Tampa Bay, that's better for baseball. It's better for the fans in Tampa Bay, who've supported the team over the years and, had some good teams, but just hadn't been able to break through in terms of World Series titles necessarily. So, yeah, this deadline is interesting.
It's going to be wild.
It's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be very, very, very fun to watch. But what do you guys think? 855-975-2326. Who do you think the Dodgers need? Because the Dodgers' needs have been changing very rapidly. The thing is, the Dodgers are so smart about how they go after guys. They just are. The Dodgers don't always go for the quote-unquote big home run trade all the time. Now, make no mistake, they've made some home run trades. You know, the Adrian Gonzalez trade, the Mookie Betts trade, the Manny Machado trade. So occasionally they do go get the superstar. I mentioned Manny Ramirez. Granted, that was like 2007, so let's go ahead and throw that out. That's nearly 20 years ago. But the Dodgers has like, they go after Scherzer, they go after certain dudes. It has unquestionably happened. That being said, they usually just try to get better with unique moves. I'm going to give you an example. The Dodgers, when they traded for Tommy Edman, was like a trade that I feel like no one here moved any needles at all. I don't think anyone was going like, oh, Tommy Edman from the Cardinals? It was a 3-team trade. Now people are like, oh my God, we traded away Vargas, who's now an all-star in South Side of Chicago. Tommy Edman and Michael Kopech, who the Dodgers got, were not the sexiest names available, but they were the right names available. And Tommy Edman was a big reason why the Dodgers won that first World Series against the New York Yankees. That's why I've been throwing out all these particular names that I think would be a big benefit to the Dodgers. There are so many backup catchers that I think would be such a benefit to the Dodgers, more than emptying out your entire minor league system to get your hands on Tarik Skubal. Because you are right. Say Tarik Skubal does get traded somewhere, which it looks like he is going to, the Dodgers just could wait a few months and sign him anyways, if that's where he's inclined to go play, D-Fish. But the reason why it's changed in my mind is because of the Shohei Ohtani injury. I don't feel the comfort, personally, if I was Dave Roberts, putting him back out there for another inning at the moment. If the bicep tendon is an issue, I don't even want him to throw a baseball. If the knee is remotely an issue and there's anything we could do that could possibly take him out of my lineup, I'm not interested in that either. So yes, maybe another starting pitcher is necessary. I'm not entirely sold right now that it is Tarik Skubal, although I won't be upset if the Dodgers get their hands on Tarik Skubal.
In reading, some of the thoughts and comments of Andrew Friedman of the Dodgers, like Ohtani's shoulder biceps thing is not as much of an issue as it sounds like. I think it's been more the knee management that has caused the issue. I mean, according to Friedman, like if it were not for the knee, he'd be pitching now.
Yes.
So I don't think the biceps thing, is a thing. From it sounds like he may have flared that up actually at the plate swinging a couple times on July 3rd. And that's why he hasn't pitched since July 3rd. Not why he hasn't pitched since July 3rd. It's been the knee. But they just kind of added that
that happened during his last bullpen, apparently. Like when he was getting on the actual slope of the mound, his knee was acting up, and all of a sudden his right bicep started acting up. And that was where the real concern started.
I think that's where sometimes what we're reading is different than what if the guy that runs the team is saying this is when it happened and how it happened, that's when it happened or how it happened. So if he's saying they're not concerned, I trust that.
I do too.
I don't. There's no world where you put Ohtani at risk, not just for his own sake, but knowing how important and valuable he is to the team. So I'm agreeing with you in terms of not putting him at increased risk. Mm-hmm. But I also again, if we see him out there, it's because Dave Roberts and Andrew Friedman and the medical team and everybody is on the same page that this is not increasing the risk of him being injured, and that's why he's out there.
Yeah, well, right here we have a quote from Shohei, specifically through his interpreter. My bicep is not 100%, said Ohtani. Just similar issue with the knee. Do we consider pushing this? it is still July, so I think the conversation would be a little different if we're in August or September. And I freely agree with that. I mean, there's also the fact that they had a planned follow-up bullpen session in New York that was scrapped after the knee and bicep failed to feel fully recovered. If I was completely no issue 100%, I think things would have gone the way it was supposed to, said Ohtani. But if I'm at 90%, which means 10% is not quite there, then there's not really not really a necessity to force the issue. I agree. I don't think there's a necessity to force the issue. The Dodgers have the best record in baseball. Like, the Dodgers have more good problems than bad problems.
Yeah, but like 90% means it's not a concern.
No.
Like, no athlete at, 65 to 70% through the season feels 90% of anything. So it's really just more confirmation that the Dodgers have, like, organizationally, they are always going to err on the side of caution without taking unnecessary risk, but not because it means something is really wrong. It's just kind of like, we're 90%. Oh yeah, no, we're good.
Well, listen, the Dodgers, I think, are sitting pretty. Period. Stop. They got another game tonight against the Seattle Mariners. Final matchup in this series. Roki Sasaki. Huge start for that cat. And by the way, Roki's been phenomenal as of late. So looking very forward to seeing if Roki takes that next step in the positive direction, because of course it is getting to that time for the trade deadline, and the Dodgers have some decisions to make, and we will keep you updated on every single one of them. But coming up, oh no. Jerry Jones says the Cowboys are in the market. Normally, I wouldn't get scared, but they're apparently in the market for one of the Raiders' biggest stars. We will discuss on which star that is right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And yes, it is that time. Let's talk some football, baby. I'm so fired up for the football season. I am desperate to see my Raiders get back at it and sadly get their asses kicked because their schedule is ridiculous and their division is ridiculous and my life is ridiculous because I choose to root for this team. You know what? This isn't a life sentence, D. Fish. Why do I still do this? Why do I show up year in, year out rooting for this team? No one's making me do it. It's me doing it. Why do I do this?
You know what the definition of, what's that word?
Insanity?
Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. Ding, 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 ding.
That seemed mean. Seemed like it was a shot taken for no reason. Yeah.
No,
you're right. No. You're right. You're agreeing with me. I was hoping you were going to talk me off the ledge instead of being like, you're right, Cody, jump.
Yeah, no. Go ahead. Parachute it up.
Well, listen, I've never loved being a Raider fan, with the exception of I think the Raider fan and Raider culture is awesome still, and I can't get enough of it still to this day. The black hole is basically home to me, and I love my Raiders. That being said, it is not exactly a charmed life us Raider fans live. Period. Stop. We deal with a nightmarish hellscape. We hate the Chargers? Great. The Chargers show up and kick our ass. We hate the Chiefs? Great. The Chiefs show up and kick our ass. We hate the Broncos? The same. It's just more of the same. But the Raiders have gotten better this offseason. New head coach Clint Kubiak. I really, and I mean this, I really, really, really loved every move they made this offseason. Legitimately. I love everything that Clint Kubiak
Even
has
the
said.
one where they got rid of Max Crosby?
Excuse me. Where's Max Crosby?
Not if Jerry comes calling.
Max Crosby is home where he belongs, and I will not let Jerry Jones try to sit around and put out little quotes about trying to steal my Mad Max. Here's Jerry.
One other thing I'd say that Stephen was commenting on is, candidly, I'd be very interested. I'd give up future to add substantive to where we are today as to a player, to give you an idea about would I invest something substantive to get the right kind of deal to improve us opening day. I would. I feel that good about this team.
I feel that good about this team like I feel good about my team last year. It's a good team. Good offense. What we need is nothing because I'm Jerry Jones.
But guy, before my point is, and obviously he's talking about a pat. He wants a pat. You just had one, Jerry.
He just gave one away.
We didn't give it away. He got picks.
Yeah, he got picks, but he gave it away.
But now he's ready to give up those picks to get another pass rusher.
Who isn't as good as the initial pass rusher.
Older one. I don't get it.
You gave up Micah. You go ahead and get those picks, and you're just going to flip them over to the Raiders. Like, listen, I understand the Raiders' future. I understand it would be beneficial for the Raiders to trade Max Crosby. That being said, I don't want them to trade Max Crosby. I have to root for something out there. Like, you're giving me nothing. I'm not. If the Raiders are legitimately, with a straight face, going to look at all of our fans and say, slow down. We're giving you Kirk Cousins. That's not good enough for me. We're going to win like 4 games.
No, but come on. You've improved. Right. They've improved the offensive line, Fish. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Which was a huge problem last year.
Yeah.
You got a quarterback for the future, right?
Who is not going to play much this year.
Right, and that's fine. Dude, I would trade Max. Get him off the books and get more picks.
Right thing. No. Guys, I'm aware it's the right thing to do. Let's be real clear. I'm not an idiot.
So let's go back. We'll go back to the definition of that word.
I got to root for something.
Like,
we win 3 games a year every year.
It could be possibly because you haven't. Maybe the transaction of Max Crosby will help avoid that in the future?
I will tell you, what you're saying is exactly what my smart brain says to me every single year about the Raiders when they do trade off one of their star players. And then the same thing happens the next year, and then the next year.
Well, Tom Brady's there now. It's going to be different.
Oh, it's been great so far. We got 4 wins last year with all of Tom Brady's initial picks, and then he fired all of his initial picks. I don't trust Tom Brady. He's done nothing to let me trust. He cares more about his feud with the Pauls than he does my Raiders, and he's the owner. That's a problem, dude. And I like Tom Brady. Well, at least I did.
Until he's messed up your football team?
Well, no, he didn't mess it up. It was plenty messed up before. He just hasn't helped.
I mean, he's only been here a couple of years, right? And his influence is increasing, I'd say, in recent time. He wasn't that heavily involved initially. Right?
No. If you believe reports, Tom Brady is like one of the decision makers. But I don't know. How much can I believe the validity of these reports? If you believe reports, Tom Brady's hands were in the Pete Carroll hiring, the Chip Kelly hiring. By the way, Chip Kelly last year, in case we're all forgetting, was so bad as the offensive coordinator of the Raiders. Terrible. And I know you got personal feelings about Chip Kelly, similar to me, because I'm also a UCLA Bruin, and I had to watch what he did to the Bruins, too. Then he left my Bruins to go do exactly what he did to my Bruins to my Raiders. Chip Kelly has ruined a decade of my life now as a football fan.
Why was he so bad? Like at Raiders specifically.
Raiders specifically?
Yeah.
So reports, of course, reports and sources, but if you believe reports, he just left the team so ungodly unprepared. Apparently, Geno Smith was calling plays that didn't even exist that were being put into his ear. It was like an absolute calamity with Chip Kelly. So much so, Chip Kelly last year was the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. He was fired 7 games into the season.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't forget football, so what? Like,
it makes me wonder: did he ever know any of it?
I'm
starting to ask. I mean, we got to fill it. We got one Eagle fan right there who had to deal with Chip Kelly too. Oh yeah, Aaron wasn't quiet.
He got rid of Michael Vick, LaShawn McCoy, who's my favorite Eagle. Deshaun Jackson was having issues. All that.
That team had some talent, and the entire locker room turned on him after that.
Like,
and he just
immediately.
lost it. And somehow he keeps getting jobs.
And remind me, I apologize if I can't remember this correctly. Was it the Eagles first or was it the Niners first? Neither went all that well, but like he did terrible both places. And then, of course, he went to UCLA.
I think the Eagles were first because he had more glamour on him.
I think you're right, too. Yeah. I think I remember that vividly, too.
I think he was from Oregon.
Yeah, he was at Oregon. He had a lot of success at Oregon, and that was during the time when they was, quote-unquote, changing the game. Speed is the new strong. But he seemingly forgot that. You know what else is strong? Strong!
So if Jerry predicts the future and the Raiders do trade Max Crosby and the Cowboys are able to land said Max Crosby, does that make them Super Bowl contenders?
They could add the Lord. I will not call them Super Bowl contenders. This is a team.
That's just hate.
No, that's just fact, man. I've been watching these last 35 years.
That's
you have too.
Hate.
Prove it to me, man. I gotta see it. I need to see it.
It will be debated every day. So I have a screen up here that you guys don't have, so we don't distract you guys even more. You can't watch TV during the show, but I have
12.
like first take.
Yeah,
I have.
You guys are on a timeout.
Yeah, you guys. I have for ESPN up, and I just watch because I look for breaking news, but I can see the graphics of what's talked about. Every day there is a Cowboy. Are they contenders? Are they Super Bowl contenders? Will they be? So even now it is talked about. It is discussed, and I'm not joking. On one of those shows, it is every day. So if they added someone like Crosby, then it is up for discussion.
If they add Crosby, that's a legit defense all of a sudden. To add to that legit offense, I'm not saying I am saying a little bit of my hatred towards the Cowboys because I'm a hater and I completely despise Jerry Jones. But I'm also just looking at the last roughly 40 years of this franchise with Jerry Jones at the helm.
30.
It felt like 40 though, didn't it? You used to be a Cowboy fan, so you agree with me.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you mean, but you still have to look at the team itself. A lot of those
team on paper is nasty.
A lot of those teams weren't Super Bowl contending teams. It was Jerry.
There were 2 14-2 teams that ended the season. Lost in the first round to a wild card Giants team.
Yeah, one of those was the Romo year, right? Which year was the field goal kick that Romo
That was
dropped?
versus Seattle. That wasn't 14-2. But there were 2 for one. Dak had his rookie season. They lost in the first. I mean, they've had good teams, Fish. They really have.
Good teams are different than Super Bowl contending teams. The NFC East was like atrocious for so long. It was easy to just win the division without necessarily playing against the best football teams in the league. So, okay, and you can
the catch, the Dez catch or not catch.
Yeah,
that was a great team, and they got job there. But that was a great team led by Tony Romo. I believe they were 14. That was one of their best teams.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I'm not saying there were no good teams. I'm just saying, like, Super Bowl contending teams. Oftentimes, it was Jerry Jones's hyperbole and all of the hype around it. But the team itself was not actually, other than the few teams that Raj maybe just mentioned over the 30 years, it wasn't like they had 20 years of Super Bowl contending teams that just lost. Like
they've had some let's just look at the most recently, like last couple of years. They've had a contending team in like the last 5-6 years. They can't get over the hump, and a lot of people put it on Dak, and I don't think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, but contending in what way? Like you're in the same division with Philadelphia. Philadelphia's run the division for the last 5 or 6 years.
They've also had a couple of down years in there. They have.
Dallas has won that division twice within the last 5 years, and Philly just repeated.
Up until last year, there was no repeat winner in the NFC East for like 15 years, man. It was kind of a wild card every year.
No, I'm not questioning any of this. I'm just saying this particular team is better balanced than any of those other teams.
I would actually agree with that.
Those other teams defensively were nowhere near what this team potentially could be, assuming you could add a player of Max Crosby's caliber.
Dude, if they had a Max Crosby, all of a sudden the Cowboys are absolutely nasty, and I'll be very upset as a Raider fan, but I also understand the future of the Raiders is important, and the present of the Raiders is not quite as important. So yes, lots needs to happen. And guys, coming up, we're going to talk a little bit more, take you around with the Chargers, a little bit of the Rams, and Puka Nacua had some things to say. Also, a little Know Your Partner as we wrap up today's edition of D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and, of course, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, the chat has been live all show long, filled with a lot of our regulars and a lot of new faces. So welcome to the show today. Really thrilled to have you guys. And, of course, take us anywhere on the go with the Odyssey app. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your favorite podcast, and that is D-Fish and Decker. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to keep it up with the NFL. We just talked a little bit about the Raiders and the rumors surrounding Max Crosby. Now, as a Raider fan, I do not want to see Max Crosby go, but that's more of a personal feeling and how much I appreciate that player in my franchise. I'm well aware that the Raiders probably would be best for business to sell Max Crosby for the highest possible price. And if it is the case that Jerry Jones is willing to do it, yes, I understand the Raiders' decision-making process if that's where they choose to go. But looking around the other teams in the league don't seemingly have to make that decision right now. So let's go ahead and look over to the Los Angeles Rams, who, man, have made so many splashes in this offseason. We earlier had Lindsay, who was at Rams camp. She's been posting so many great videos, and you can check it out online at The Fan LA over there on Instagram. You can see all the videos that she's been posting from Rams camp, and dude, it's just the vibe around this camp is, I'm not going to say country club-esque because obviously I think that's a gross over exaggeration, but there is a vibe at this camp, not of like leisure and lackadaisicalness, but like there's just a vibe of almost like a confidence, like they'd already won the game before they walked into the room. And it's like day 3 of camp.
I mean, they got a lot of talent, a lot of ability. I mean, the coaches, feel dialed into what they need to do in order to put the team in position to be successful. There are times when you're walking around and you're looking around and there's enough here to get the job done. I'm sure they felt that way last year, but with the additions that have been made in the offseason, there's no way not to feel like, you have the best team in football walking in the building every day. So then that's where those vibes come from. And now you have to build the habits that allow you to go out there and do it on, when the games start. But the talent, I think the mindset is there. Now they just have to go out and do it.
You ain't lying. All the good vibes are there. You got Matthew Stafford. They're handling him quite well in camp. You got Myles Garrett feeling all of the good things in camp. Talking a little bit about Aaron Donald as well. And talks about how, I would love to sit around and pick his brain and learn from him and vice versa. And I'm just like, man, this team is feeling it. Is sunshine and rainbows all around with the Rams. Except one guy. And that guy is Puka Nacua, who had a very, let's just say, colorful offseason, a very unique offseason. Some would say problematic. Others would say indictable sometimes of an offseason. So much so that he is currently in a potential litigation over a bite that allegedly happened on New Year's Eve. Those photos have come out in the last week, and they definitely don't look good. And, of course, you had the public intoxication issues that he had in the offseason. Of course, you had the Aiden Ross issue, which is a kid who's like some YouTuber who is very well known for his alleged anti-Semitic views and tried to get Puka Nacua to do a very specific super touchdown dance that he said he would do, and then he later had a very, let's just say, a stern talking to from a lot of people at Rams camp, specifically about what he had just done. And then, of course, you had all of the starlet dating and all that in the offseason. That I will give a little bit more of a pass on because that seems like more of a press following him around and try to get into his business thing. So let's forget about that part of it. But the other things certainly concerning, all ending with him eventually going to rehab. Now, I have been very honest where my thought process on this is. It's more of a we'll see type of situation. Do I believe the rehab situation was real? Not sure I'm there yet, but Puka Nacua
did. You don't think he went?
No, I think he went, but what kind of rehab? Is it Hollywood rehab or was it actual rehab? Being out here,
okay.
you know the Hollywood rehabs.
I mean, I don't.
Well, you don't, but you know of them.
I mean, yes, I guess, yeah. Like in terms of like people going to rehab, but it
can be a PR stunt for a lot of people.
Okay,
and especially in the realm of Hollywood where we are, we have seen that for years and years.
Yeah,
the Hollywood stunt of
using
rehab.
it as a way to get around to make it seem like you're on the path. Okay,
yes.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm a little skeptical on it. Now, I want to believe the cat. And listen, he had a press conference yesterday. He said all the right things. Here's what Puka Nacua had to say.
I feel very confident about that. I think continuing some of the things that I was able to establish into my routine, trusting and in closing, I think my circle of trust and allowing the people that I feel like have the inside parts of my life to continue to communicate and trust the people I think who are around me. And I owe a great thank you to my support system, but especially like my family through this time. There have been things that obviously have happened this offseason that haven't been the truest reflection of the person I feel like I am and how my mother raised me. And there's definitely been conversations with her to apologize, but also for her to say that she supports me. And also my brothers are I think my biggest critics as well. So I'm like there were some intense conversations, but loving conversations in order to see improvement.
Listen, I think he said everything right. He clearly had some good coaching in that response. But again, the personal matters that he mentioned in there, specifically talking about his mom, that registered to me. That resonated with me. He talking about his brothers holding him accountable, that resonated with me. Earlier, when we played that clip, you mentioned how getting that personal group of friends smaller, that resonated with you. And hearing you describe that made it kind of resonate a little bit more with me. He said everything right. But man, for me, it's a we'll see. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, obviously, but I'm waiting to see, and I hate that I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah, I mean, but some of the examples of the things we read about were like extreme. Mm-hmm. So, assuming he went to rehab, is he never going to drink again?
I don't know.
That's a question mark, and that whatever choice he makes there, it's as long as he can maintain a certain level of balance in his life and discipline to his craft, those were conversations that he needed to have, based on like, can alcohol even be a part of his life, or is it such a slippery slope that he's just eliminating it altogether?
We don't know.
That's a choice. Mm-hmm. But the other shoe to drop to me would be back to like the extreme behaviors. I don't see that. Not necessarily like certain things not happen, like whoever he dates, if he goes out to have a good time, like some of those things. But I think he's learned, he and his family and the people, like everybody's learned what happens through these experiences, as well as like the people that care about you the most also learn what you need in order to be successful. Mm-hmm. So now his mom and his brothers know, like, no, we can't go more than a couple of days without talking to him. Right? Like, okay, his agent knows, oh, no, this can get slippery if, like, we're not in touch with him, every couple of days. So they've created some check-ins, some mechanisms that allow them to kind of have that sense of, like, he's still dialed in, he's still locked in. So the other shooter drop to me is more about the Rams as a football team feeling that, not that he's going to go off the deep end or anything, but just that he's a guy that, from a performance standpoint, for the next 4 years or 5 years,
can keep it together.
Can keep it together and perform at that level, and that they're not going to regret guaranteeing him over $100+ million, mm-hmm. and then he can't maintain that consistent lifestyle that allows him to perform at that All-Pro level.
Dude, you're right. I mean, and obviously that's why he hasn't gotten the bag yet. The Rams are also holding bat and waiting to see, because the numbers are there. The numbers say he deserves the bag. It's the other things that have kind of held it off. So we're looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We've seen what this kid could do. So if he can do that and maintain that version of himself, I'm
it's
all
the
for
timing of it as well too. Like, mm-hmm. There were some things that they obviously did to the defense that's where the investment went. So timing wise, they got to pay him at the right time that allows them to make that hard salary cap work.
No question. Well, let's bring in Raj, because we do love to play our games here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And this one is called Know Your Partner.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
So close.
Yeah, well, this is the same thing. Imogen, we on a budget here, so the Imogen we get for some, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a trivia-based segment here. Yep. So, listen, we talked about Derek Fisher. You know the game show, the dancing one he appeared in, right?
Dancing with the Stars.
How many weeks did Derek Fisher last?
Derek, you got far, didn't you? Did you win that thing? You didn't win
What,
that thing.
that's
no. I'm trying to think how many episodes in a whole season.
All right.
I think there's 8 or 9, 10. I'm going to say he went 6 weeks.
No, he made it to the 4th week.
Whole month, though.
Yeah, whole month. It wasn't bad at all. Hey, Fish, you see Cody there. Usually wears Schmedium's shirt. You can see most of his arms.
Oh, this is an XL, by the way.
Okay.
Some of us can fill these out.
All right, yes, in the children's section. Now, he has some tattoos, but they have to do with favorite movies, Fisher.
Okay.
So what 2 favorite movies are tattooed on his arms? Is it The Princess and the Bride, Casablanca, or The Natural? Which 2 are on there? They're tattooed right in front of you.
Yeah, Casablanca and The Natural.
Oh,
Boom
winner
and
for you.
boom.
Now,
Nailed it.
I have not stared at this guy's arms, but I just
You haven't? How have you not
through
seen these
through
things?
the process of elimination, I assumed the Princess and the Bride was not tattooed on his body.
By the way, I would definitely. And by the way, it's called The Princess Bride. The Princess
Bride.
Dare
I
you?
don't know.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
You've never seen The Princess Bride?
No, I have no idea what it's about, but I'm sure it's a fantastic movie. Let's see, on Derek Fisher here. As a child, Derek Fisher had a favorite toy. I'm going to give you 3. You tell me which one it is. Is it Hot Wheels? You know those things?
Oh, yeah. I love Hot Wheels.
The little green army men, that are just stuck in poses?
Yeah. I'm going to say no to that one.
Or is it Spider-Man? Which was Derek Fisher's favorite toy as a child out of those?
Well,
3?
I'm going to see Spider-Man today, and Derek Fisher didn't know that was coming out today, so I'm going to take Spider-Man out the list. I don't think it's just the straight toy soldiers. I feel like you're trying to make him seem older than he is. That's what they played with in the 1950s, man. What was the first one?
Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels. He loved Hot Wheels.
It's the Green Army
Come
Man.
on, how old are you?
It's the Green Army.
They played with that like in I Love Lucy. You are not this old, Fish.
All right, Fish. Let's stick to childhood. Go ahead, Fish, real quick.
They were affordable.
All right, that's
You know what I used to do with mine? I used to burn them.
Oh.
And just watch them melt.
That explains
hold on,
so
Raj,
much
we gotta talk
about you.
this out there, Raj.
That's the least surprising thing Ross has ever said to me.
All right. Hey, favorite cartoon as a child for Cody Fish? Was it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob, or the Smurfs?
How old is Cody? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Is that what your final answer?
Yeah, I want to say the Smurfs, but that's my generation.
Okay. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Raphael all day, baby.
Yep. All right. Hey, we only have 1 minute, but I got to go to the scorecard a little early. We went to the game a little late. So, Crash, who is our winner?
It's a blowout today. Fish knows his partner better than Cody does.
I really think these questions were not well put together. I got the expert level. I did the SATs, and you just gave him just layups on a 4-foot rim.
How am I supposed to? I guessed everything.
Those multiple choices were pretty. Although the toy soldiers one, I'll freely admit that's just not fair. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Toy soldiers. I thought they were gonna throw in a pet rock. I'm like, my guy ain't that boring. No. All right. Well, guys, it's been another great show. D-Fish, we did it again. I'm gonna get you some more toy soldiers for tomorrow's show, my guy. And of course, you don't want to go anywhere. Brock and Alex are next. And guys, see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, right here at 6 a.m. here on the new 97.1 The Fan for more D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. Until then, enjoy sports. We'll
A rubber match against the Mariners tonight at the Ravine, just 4 days away from Major League Baseball's trade deadline. And training camp continues all around Los Angeles as we say hello and welcome, LA, to Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens, in for Alex Curry today, and we've got an awesome show for you. 4 hours of fun up until 2 p.m. We want you involved. That is 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. You can watch the show as we speak on YouTube at The Fan LA. Hop in the chat. Get your voices involved in this conversation at The Fan LA on all of the socials as well. Brock, it is a pleasure to be back with you once again. Last week was Countdown to Training Camp week. The countdown is over. Training camp is here. Both the Chargers and the Super Bowl favorites, the Los Angeles Rams, fully into camp. Multiple practices under the belt. As somebody that has been in multiple training camps throughout your illustrious football career, how exciting were those first few days of practice?
They were miserable, man.
Oh, okay.
The worst. No, what the first couple of days of training camp are for college, it is very exciting because you no longer have to go to summer school,
That's
right?
nice, yeah.
So it's almost, believe it or not, it's actually a break because the summer workouts that you lead into training camp of I have a class in the morning, I have a class at night, I have to run at 6 a.m., I lift at 2 p.m. It's basically a full semester's worth of work. You're just not playing games on Saturday, and you're not wearing pads. Training camp is when it's only football. So college training camp is a breath of fresh air, whereas NFL training camp, the first couple days are fun. There's some new faces. You're excited about that guy you drafted. You want to see if that quarterback that you drafted is the real deal. I've been watching this guy play with the Bills for the past 5 years. Now he's with us. That wears off, I would say, around day 4.
Okay.
So right now, everyone is still having fun.
Everybody's having a good
Yes,
time.
yes.
Matthew Stafford is practicing every other day to maintain that back entering year number 18. We heard from Puka Nacua yesterday at LMU for the first time in training camp. We'll break down what Puka had to say, of course, as he enters his 4th year in the National Football League. We'll have a quarterback conversation around the Los Angeles Rams in just a little bit. Not Matthew Stafford entering 2026, but maybe beyond here as that next face of football in the City of Angels. But we have to start with the Dodgers taking game number 2 last night inside Dodger Stadium against the Seattle Mariners. Brock, a 4-2 victory for LA. It was the 9th outing for one Eric Lawyer in a Dodger uniform. And every time that Eric Lawyer has pitched for the Los Angeles Dodgers, LA has won that baseball game. 9 outings, technically 8 starts. They used an opener in Minnesota. It was Will Klein, but Eric Lauer, of course, 6 innings in that game. So in all 9 games that Eric Lauer has performed in for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a victory for LA. I'm no mathematician, Brock Vereen, but 9-0 in the 9 outings for Eric Lauer, that pretty impressive stuff.
Especially when the reason the Dodgers were able to acquire him really so easily is because Toronto was done with him. Of course, Lauer appeared in 1 inning, maybe 1 inning and some change against the Dodgers last year in the World Series. But outside of that, the start to the season for him was just brutal. He couldn't even get to the 5th inning, sometimes being yanked earlier than that in the 3rd. So when he was acquired, it was a desperation move. It was maybe a depth move. It was well, if we can get him, he has big time experience. And if you told me then that guy was gonna be 9-0, or that the Dodgers were gonna be 9-0 in games that he pitched, I would have called you a liar. What makes him so fascinating is he's not a velocity guy, and he's really a pitcher of a bygone era of I'm gonna focus on placement, I'm gonna focus on weak contact, whereas nowadays it's can you throw a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, because if not, we have no use for you. So I'm always excited when he's on the mound, seeing that big, slow 77-mile-per-hour slider, his 80-mile-per-hour cutter. It almost catches batters off guard. I love when he pitches, not only because the Dodgers win, but it is a reminder that there's multiple ways to do something.
Eric Lauer has become my favorite Dodger.
Let's go.
Truthfully. I said it last week on the air as Eric Lauer went out there and shoved once again in Philadelphia, out-dueling in that matchup. It was the third and final game in Aaron Nola. It was the 8th victory for the Dodgers in the 8 outings that Lauer has made in a Dodger uniform. I am such a fan of what Eric Lauer has meant to this LA team, and Brock, I do think it speaks to the strength and the depth of this Dodger rotation. It is one of the biggest storylines for Los Angeles in 2026, especially with that starting pitching staff for Dave Roberts, that you can get a guy in Eric Lauer who is basically on the outs in Toronto with John Schneider. Couldn't really figure out his role. Was he a reliever now? Would he get a couple of odd starts? Maybe in that mix. But when he comes to Los Angeles, not all that much expected of him. And again, Lauer has delivered 5-0 now just individually with a 2.96 ERA in the 9 appearances he has made for Los Angeles. He has a whip below 1. It is .99. That's a top 15 whip in Major League Baseball since the middle of May when Eric Lauer made his initial start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Last night, 6 innings of work, did not allow a single earned run, only 1 base knock, and had 4 Ks. And to your point about how Lauer commands his stuff on the bump, he is often known as a fly ball pitcher. Basically, he pitches to contact, and 52.5% fly ball rate for Lauer this year. If you can hit him, you can take him deep. He had allowed a home run in 7 of the 8 outings prior to last night. Only 1 single base knock against the Seattle team. The Dodgers win 4-2. And again, Eric Lauer, the star at the Ravine for Dave Roberts and company.
To your point of his really stat line of the 6 innings, 4 strikeouts, 1 hit, 1 walk. Of his 87 pitches, 25 of them were foul balls. His ability to you are going to see a meatball coming at you, but you are not going to be able to make the contact that you think you're going to make. And really the stones it takes to pitch that way with how many high contact, high power hitters that there are. It seems like every roster has 3 or 4 guys that you have to be afraid of at this point. And it takes stones to get up there and say, I'm going to throw meatballs. You faced pitchers in college who throw it harder than I do, but I know how to place this thing. One thing that impressed me about last night is what always limits a contact pitcher, as you said, a guy who focuses on placement instead of velocity, is they a lot of times they can't go deep into games because they have such a high pitch count because guys foul off so many balls. Yesterday, that was not quite the case. He had a high pitch inning in the first inning in 24, but 5, 6, 7, the innings 5, 6, and 7, 11 pitches or less. He finished strong. Like that is a massive step for a guy like Eric Lauer, and we'll get into it over the course of the show. But the pitching rotation being kind of this moving, ambiguous thing, Eric Lauer is at least letting it know, I may not be in this thing come October, but you can rely on me while you need to figure out whatever you need to figure out. I was massively impressed yesterday.
6 of the 9 appearances in a Dodger uniform, Eric Lauer has thrown at least 6 innings, and he has not exceeded the 100 pitch count in all 6 of those. Last night, just 87 pitches thrown against the Seattle Mariners. It is efficient, and it gets the job done. It might not be otherworldly stuff like we see from Yoshinobu Yamamoto or Shohei Ohtani or the guys that the Dodgers hope to have back here very shortly in Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow, but it gets the job done. And if all you want out of a starting pitcher is to set your team up for a victory, that's what Eric Lauer has presented for LA in all of the 9 outings that he has made. Again, the Dodgers a perfect 9-0 in the 9 games that Eric Lauer has pitched in a Dodger uniform. He a perfect 5-0 in his own individual record with a sub-3 ERA, 2.96. And I mentioned it at the very top, Brock, and it's a part of the conversation for Lauer, for Robleski, for Sheehan, for many others as this Dodgers starting staff starts to take shape as those big names come back from the injured list, but also as we are 4 days away from Monday's trade deadline in Major League Baseball. Yesterday on the bump, another left-handed pitcher in Detroit. His name, Tarek Skubal. He goes out there for the Tigers. The Tigers end up losing that game. They have dropped 4 of their last 5. They fall to the Orioles in 12 innings yesterday. And when you discuss what the Dodgers might be looking to do here, 4 days out from Monday's deadline, of course, Skubal in the sweepstakes that follows his name is going to be the main storyline all around the bigs. I'm not going to ask you necessarily, is Eric Lauer showing enough in his performances that the Dodgers should not be invested in Tarik Skubal? But it's more of a component of how do you view this starting staff as the trade deadline is next week with what we have seen from Lauer, from Robleski, and knowing who is on the return? Do you want the Dodgers involved in the Tarik Skubal sweepstakes?
2 weeks ago, I would have said there is no chance you can trust Roki Sasaki, and Sheehan needs to be traded. So as we fast forward 2 weeks, Roki is attempting today to put together a third consecutive solid start because he is coming off of 2 major starts where he handled business, most notably Game 1 in New York, in the Bronx, and handled business in front of the whole world. And Lauer, of course, handled business yesterday. Sheehan, still the question mark, and he is the only pitcher I would see who has not proven enough over the past month, really over the course of the season, but especially over this past month. If the asking price is Emmett Sheehan, so be it. If the asking price is Emmett Sheehan and an outfielder or 2 or 3, which seems to be the asking price that Detroit is asking for, that's when I have to start wondering, can we make sure that Skubal is tied up long term? Is this a situation where Skubal says, no, I want to wait until the offseason and the lockout is over to renegotiate my deal? Or can we lock him up long term? If the Dodgers can trade for Skubal, lock him up long term immediately so that whatever rule change does come, for example, if there is a cap placed and he's already under contract, that brings sense of comfort instead of trying to add him post whatever these rule changes are, because then it's, well, we can't keep him anyway, so maybe we didn't need to trade a premier farm player. So to answer your question succinctly, if you trade for Skubal, which I am for as long as it is Sheehan and just one prospect, then I'm only comfortable with it if you lock him up immediately. If you are trading for Skubal with hopes of negotiating down the road, I don't think it's worth it.
Tarik Skubal last night, pretty solid for the Detroit Tigers, 6 2/3, 3 earned, allowed, 4 hits, and 6 Ks. They would lose to Baltimore in 12 innings, and that's a huge component of the conversation around Detroit. They were 16 games sub 500 at the end of May. Entering this past weekend, and a couple of victories against the Royals, of which Tarik Skubal pitched on Friday night last week against Kansas City at home. They had a 28-16 record entering the Saturday slate in baseball. It was tied for the best in the bigs alongside the Boston Red Sox, but now they have dropped 4 of 5. They are 4.5 games out of a wild card spot in the American League. They are 6 games back of the top spot within Detroit's own division of the American League Central. When you have performances like Eric Lauer has delivered in his 9 as a Dodger, when we see what Justin Robleski has done this year, not great, of course, on Tuesday evening against the M's, but Robleski an all-star in an 11-game winner. When you saw the performance last night of Blake Snell, maybe making his final rehab start in Ontario, 4 innings of work, allowed a single hit, struck out 9 in 4 innings. Pretty impressive stuff. 45 of 60 pitches for Snell within that strike zone. Tyler Glasnow yesterday, 2 live innings of batting practice at the Ravine before game number 2 against Seattle. I'm not necessarily sure the Dodgers need Tarik Skubal, but it's not a conversation of need. And I think what you alluded to right there, this upcoming winter in MLB with a potential lockout and maybe a delay to the following season in 2027, with the stakes for Los Angeles not being judged by a Wednesday night against Seattle and a 4-2 victory, but trying to win your 3rd consecutive World Series, being the first team in baseball to do that since the Yankees from 1998 through 2000. The Dodgers are fully all in. The addition of Tarik Skubal takes them even higher as those hefty favorites to win a 3rd consecutive World Series. And because of the precarious nature following the end of 2026, it makes the rental for Tarik Skubal maybe even more on the front burner because you're not entirely sure what the future holds beyond this October and early November.
Exactly. The impending lockout, which from what we've understood, the last time both sides talked, they are so far apart that there's no way the season is starting on time.
Yeah.
if we even have a season next year at all, because the more that I hear what both sides want, the more I lose hope. The biggest aspect that the owners want is a salary cap.
Yep.
Obviously, you look at the Dodgers roster, you look at the Phillies roster, you look at the Mets roster, although they don't really have the wins to show for it. A salary cap that is, quote, fair for the entire league is going to be significantly less than those three teams are currently spending. So why I emphasize they have to extend Skubal now is whatever the rules end up being, it's going to be a lot easier to manage if Skubal is already under a long-term deal.
Yeah.
If you sign Tarek Skubal to, we'll just throw a blank number out here just for simplicity's sake, he'll probably make much more than this, $30 million a year, then you go into a new salary cap if it is implemented and you say, well, MLB, what do you want us to do? We can't just trade a bunch of guys because it's not like we're going to get our capital and our money back. You have to give us a little leeway. You have to say we need to be under the cap in 5 years and 6 years, whatever the caveat may be, and extending him under that, making sure he can remain a Dodger through whatever rule changes happen is massive. But when you start factoring in the River Ryans and you look at the homegrown talent like Andy Pages, you'd say you're going to give away a potential Andy Pages for, yes, a ring, but a ring you are still confident you're going to get without Tarek Skubal, and you're just going to let him go to Tampa Bay next year or Milwaukee and make the Brewers a monster. You know, so much of this trade, I wonder, is, do we need Tarek Skubal, or do we just want to make sure that the Brewers don't have Mizrowski and Skubal, because that is a team that we're going to see in the playoffs?
There are some front runners for Skubal, if it is not here in Los Angeles, that would be in the National League, like the Brewers, like the Phillies, maybe even the Cubbies getting involved. There are not many teams in the American League that are looking at Tarek Skubal as we speak, but it is a rental. That is the only confirmed thing. The Dodgers, of course, would be a front runner perhaps in the offseason to be the leaders in any bidding war for Tarek Skubal. He is an upcoming free agent. He's only owed just north of $9 million for the remainder of this year. So it's not much for the Dodgers, who are already so far over that luxury tax that anything added on, really not all that much into this component of the conversation. But that will be the interesting thing. How much are you willing to put on the table for Tarek Skubal if we all expect the Tigers are starting to field those calls, especially in the next 4 days? Monday, August 3rd. That's this upcoming Monday. It's Major League Baseball's trade deadline. Here on the desk, you will see a very nifty bobblehead. And that sound returned to Dodger Stadium last night. It was Edwin Diaz bobblehead night and his first return since late April. His 9th outing as a Dodger, and Brocky comes in to record his 5th save in Dodger blue. Wasn't necessarily crystal clean. Did allow an earned run. A couple of hard-hit doubles from Dominic Canzone and Josh Naylor. Plated one for Seattle, but it's save number 5 for Edwin Diaz, and that's the most important thing. The reinforcements to that starting and relieving rotation for Dave Roberts starting to be on their way, and Edwin Diaz back last night for LA. It was a great sign to step in there and make sure he held off Seattle just enough to pick up the save and the 4-2 win.
Quite honestly, it's the perfect return because he had his moment with the trumpets. He looked good. His velocity was where it needed to be. He faced some adversity, which as a closer, I want you to feel that because I don't want Dave Roberts to be in a situation where Diaz can only be in there when things are going well. You know, I think it was the perfect outing, only ended up giving one run and was able to pitch his best in that final at bat when his back was against the wall and you have a tying runner there. So yeah, I have no qualms there, and the beauty of it is he's only going to get better. He looked confident in what he was doing. He looked happy to be out there. He was smiling afterward. Yeah, I have no qualms about that 9th inning, and Happy Diaz is back. My understanding now, please correct me if I'm wrong, as far as the bullpen is considered, we're only waiting on Trinan and Kasparius now, I believe.
Correct.
Right?
Even Gavin Stone getting some
That's
more.
right. That's right. I thought, I didn't know what happened to him. I kind of forgot it.
Listen, it's been tough sledding for the Dodgers in terms of the IL. Lengthy numbers of pitchers and hurlers on there. Yesterday before Game 2 against Seattle, Dave Roberts saying, it's starting to feel whole. Of course, there is the Shohei Ohtani pitching conversation. He spoke with the media for the first time following game number 1 against the Mariners. We'll detail what Shohei had to say. Of course, last night he led off once again and was 2 for 3 and reached base safely 3 times with an RBI and a double to boot. Andy Pages in the 2 spot after Dave Roberts said pregame, maybe shaking up the top of the offensive lineup. Pages 3 for 4, hit a home run in the bottom of the first. There is so much more for the Dodgers as they get ready for the series finale tonight in Los Angeles against the Mariners that we will discuss outside of the starting staff and, of course, the pitching rotation for Doc and company. It is 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. We want you involved here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He's Brock Farine. I'm Ben Stevens, in for Alex Curry on this Thursday in Los Angeles. There is plenty more on Brock and Alex on the other side of the break. Have just learned it is the last Thursday without football on our television for the remainder of the calendar year 2026. He's Brock Farine. I am Ben Stevens, in today for Alex Curry. It is Brock and Alex on your Thursday in Los Angeles. We welcome you back to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We have basically been in training camp around LA for 5 or 6 days now. We have multiple practices under the belt for both the Rams, the Bolts, even the Las Vegas Raiders as well. And there's not so many quarterback battles necessarily within training camp as we speak. except trying to figure out who that starter might be for the Raiders. And for the Los Angeles Rams, Brock Vereen, it's not necessarily is anyone going to unseat the 38-year-old and reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford, but what does it look like from the backup QB battle? It will be a main storyline and narrative to follow throughout training camp for Sean McVay and his Rams, especially as Matthew Stafford, still making sure that back is as close to 100% as it can possibly be, is going to take off every other day of practice. Ty Simpson, the number 13 overall pick in this past April's draft, and Stetson Bennett, who has some experience in Sean McVay's system here with this Rams organization. It has been said that Stetson is kind of leading the way for QB number 2. How do you see the backup quarterback battle shaking out for the Rams this season?
I see a scenario where Ty Simpson, well, you know what? Let's start with the Ty. He got the best and the worst draw regarding a quarterback being drafted over this last draft. He gets millions of dollars to come live in Los Angeles and learn from Sean McVay and watch Matthew Stafford, and that's really good work if you can get it. All right, there are a lot of backup quarterbacks who would kill for the situation that Ty Simpson is in. We'll start there. The other side of it, though, is there has never been a backup quarterback battle with this level of scrutiny if he does not win it, meaning when that pick was on the board, everyone thought it was going to say Kenyon Sadiq. They thought it was going to say maybe Omar Cooper. Actually, Mekhi Lemon was still on the board.
Yeah.
The last name any Rams fan thought was going to pop up was Ty Simpson. So where the Rams didn't do Ty Simpson a favor is put pressure, this amount of pressure on a backup quarterback to win a backup battle, because if Ty Simpson does not beat out Stetson Bennett, if he is listed as the third quarterback for that week 1 depth chart, maybe if he's inactive and is the emergency quarterback, now Rams fans go back to their default setting of, why the heck did we draft him? So there's a unique sense of pressure there. How I see it playing out is Ty Simpson has much more upside than Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett has been here for some years now. He did take that 1 year off for personal reasons, wasn't really around the team, but he's been in the system. He's more experienced and has the pedigree. However, Ty Simpson is not only just the first round pick, he was the first round pick because of what he projects to do. If we're speaking in a vacuum, he did not accomplish much at Alabama. Not by Alabama standards, not by first-round quarterback standards. He's only played 15 football games as a starter. It took him 3 years to crack the starting lineup in his 4th year, and the last time we saw him was a disappointing Alabama team, and he gets benched in the Rose Bowl.
Yep.
So if Ty Simpson is able to prove that the upside that they believe in is there and shows enough, he will be the backup quarterback because there are $20 million set aside for him, whereas Stetson Bennett, I'm just going to guess, is probably somewhere around the $2 million range.
And it's a fascinating conversation, in my estimation, because the Rams are such a strong favorite to win a Super Bowl, leaps and bounds ahead of the other 31 NFL organizations because of this offseason of blockbusters and what they have done defensively. The addition, of course, of Myles Garrett, the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year. The addition of Trent McDuffie in the back end of that secondary. The signing of Jalen Watson, the extensions of Cam Curl and Quinton Lake. The defense has been taken care of. The Rams did not have to do much offensively. But with all of those lofty Super Bowl expectations and aspirations, it could all come crumbling down in an instant if the reality of your 38-year-old quarterback cannot maintain the bill of health that we have seen either of the past 2 seasons. And at this juncture exactly a year ago, we weren't sure that Matthew Stafford was going to take a snap in 2025. Now, those are all the ifs and the buts that could happen for anybody around the National Football League, especially when it comes, Brock, to the importance of the quarterback position. If all 32 NFL teams lost their starting quarterback from the very start of a season, everything is thrown off kilter. And that would be the case, of course, for the Los Angeles Rams. But I think what is really interesting with the backup quarterback battle, in Sean McVay's system, experience, time invested is necessary. It is complicated to be in full command of. Stetson Bennett certainly has the leg up there. It is probably what Ty Simpson has devoted his life to since being drafted 13th overall in the late months or in the late days of April. Reports even after the offseason program was done and mandatory minicamp came to a close that he was basically living in the facility in Woodland Hills for the Los Angeles Rams, trying to become as up to speed and to date as he could with Sean McVay's system. I do not ultimately know who is going to get that nod as the backup quarterback behind Matthew Stafford. If you believe in the Rams' aspirations to hoist that Lombardi trophy this upcoming February in SoFi Stadium, you hope you never see that backup unless the Rams are blowing out the Cardinals 52-3 and they get some meaningless garbage time snaps. But it is a component of what this training camp is going to feature for the Rams, because it's not just in 2026 who is the backup, it's the potential face of the future at the quarterback position after Matthew Stafford decides to call it a career. He is under contract through next year, through 2027, the reworked extension earlier in the offseason. That deal is done. We're not entirely sure how long Matthew Stafford is going to be at the helm of this Rams offense under Sean McVay, but it's not just 2026 in earning that invaluable experience, Brock. It's beyond after Matthew Stafford decides to hang it up.
Yeah, and to your point of this year and Matthew Stafford's health, I think back to Peyton Manning had a couple head coaches at the Colts. I forget who it was at the time, but there's a story of there was a media member at a Colts practice.
Yeah.
And he noticed that Peyton Manning took every rep. Peyton Manning famously took every rep in practice throughout the week, whereas typically, say there's 8 plays, the starters will take 6 and the backups will take 2. Peyton Manning would take those backup reps as the starting quarterback. And somebody pointed out and say, how come Peyton Manning takes every single rep? And I'm going to replace a word here, but you will know what I'm trying to say. The coach turns to the media member and says, if 18 gets hurt, we're trucked, and we don't practice trucked. That's the current state of the Rams situation. You don't hope that it happens, but there is an understanding. If Matthew Stafford gets hurt, we're going to scratch and claw our way, but hopefully that doesn't have to happen. So, regarding the future, Matthew Stafford wants to ride off into the sunset like anyone does. He renegotiates his contract and has done so, I believe, the past 2 years, essentially just doing things 1 year at a time. So where Les Snead has just enough wiggle room to, take care of his guy who's won him a Super Bowl and just come off an MVP year, but also enough freedom to figure out a Trent McDuffie, to figure out a Myles Garrett, maybe to figure out an Aaron Donald. And Stafford doesn't have to do that. It's great that he does. What that means is he can exit whenever he wants to, and if he wins a Super Bowl this year and says, you know what, I'm good, he's gone. And if they make it to the Super Bowl, if they get bounced in the NFC Championship and he says, I still got enough hunger in me, they'll renegotiate things again, and he'll be back 1 more year. So they're taking it a year at a time. All that being said, Ben, the future face of the quarterback room of the Rams is not currently on the roster.
It's not currently on the roster?
No.
You don't think, even despite the 13th overall pick being invested into Ty Simpson, that the future quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams is currently on this 2026 rendition?
If Matthew Stafford, knocking on wood here, I don't think this table's wood, but
call it wood.
Okay.
You want to run to the behind the background setting? Yeah.
Next break, I'll run over to the wood.
Just know I will make sure that Brock Vereen honors that, because we're not putting any bad juju out there for Matthew Stafford into 2026.
If Matthew Stafford got hurt, there is no way Les Snead is looking at Myles Garrett, Trent McDuffie, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and this roster that is very expensive and very good and ready to win a Super Bowl, and putting Stetson Bennett, who has never appeared in a regular season game, or Ty Simpson, who already has enough pressure trying to win a backup battle, and saying, go win us a Super Bowl. They'll call Jimmy Garoppolo, who was the backup for a little bit and just recently announced that he's willing to come out of retirement for the right situation. There is literally no better situation than this. They would go get Jimmy Garoppolo. If Matthew Stafford rides off to the sunset after this year, after winning a Super Bowl in his home stadium, you go get Baker Mayfield. And that is just something that Les Snead would have to do. He is the master of gathering talented dudes that teams didn't think you could gather together. He's assembled a team that teams did not think was possible to assemble, and I have so many doubts believing that he would hand over this Ferrari to what is essentially a kid with a learner's permit. It's just unfair. It's unfair to anyone involved. This team is built to win right now, and there's just no way he would pass that off to either of the two backup quarterbacks right now.
Is it a coincidence, or is it perhaps just intriguing that Brock Vereen would mention a guy by the name of Baker Mayfield, who, of course, has experience in Sean McVay's system? You go back to that crazy 48-hour window in which he learned and started for the Rams on a Thursday night back in 2022. Baker Mayfield, currently the quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but playing in the final season of his contract with the Bucs. He met with the media ahead of training camp today in Tampa to speak about his displeasure of how he has not signed a new long-term extension just yet with Tampa.
I wanted the deal done, set the deadline, and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point in my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after thinking you've earned it.
Disrespected, disappointed, undervalued. Tough words for the face of your franchise and starting quarterback Baker Mayfield to say about the current status of his contract negotiation talks with Tampa's front office. Of course, it was the Buccaneers that signed Baker to a one-year deal following the handful of starts he made in Los Angeles in 2022. Basically, an audition, a rebirth of his NFL career following that under Sean McVay. So let me pose you the question like this, Brock. It does not sound as though Baker Mayfield or the Buccaneers are going to be signing a long-term extension before this season begins, which would allow Baker potentially to test free agent waters next year. And let's say the Rams do reach the pinnacle of this sport and what the expectations are this year. They hoist a Lombardi trophy inside SoFi Stadium on Valentine's Day 2027, and Matthew Stafford says, yeah, that'll do it. 2 Lombardis during my time here with the Rams in my 6 seasons. I'm 38 years old. I just finished my 18th NFL campaign. It is time to sail off into the sunset. Do you think that if Baker Mayfield is a free agent this upcoming offseason and the Rams need a new starting quarterback, that Les Snead would make that call and Baker could be playing for LA in 2027?
That is exactly how I would see it playing out, because there has been too much capital. There has been too much money. There has been too much effort and phone calls and knocking on doors from Les Snead to assemble this behemoth of a roster to not go out and get a superstar. There's nothing about Les Snead that has ever said rebuild. They had 1 year of a rebuild after they won the Super Bowl because they put all their chips in and they said, man, these chickens may come to roost down the road, and they had 1 year of struggles, and then they were right back to being a playoff team trying to compete for Super Bowls. Like, rebuilding is not something Les Snead does, and the quarterback position is the most important position on the field. Mm-hmm. If you are not adequate at that position, you severely limit your ceiling, and Les Snead has made it very clear that the Rams will be competing for championships every single year that they possibly can. And if Baker Mayfield is out there, if Baker Mayfield is familiar with your system, which he is, if Baker Mayfield has a ton left to give, which he does, he has been in MVP conversations the majority of his time in Tampa Bay since his resurgence. You go get him, and you know he wants to be here. He is so unhappy right now in Tampa Bay because not only did he give his team a deadline to reach, meaning if he was not re-signed by training camp, he says, I'm going to free agency, and you hear in his voice there he's very upset.
For sure.
The numbers are very far apart. He feels like post Tom Brady, you guys were headed one direction and I saved you. And then he looks to his left and longtime Buck Levante David is gone. He looks to his right and Mike Evans is now on the other side of the country. And he looks to the defense and Vita Vea is requesting a trade. He's like, I'm out of here. Like, why the heck would I stay here? You guys are not showing me that we're going to compete for something. He'll be, I think he's 31 right now. He'll be 32 next year. You're looking over your shoulder. You think, I got 3, 4, 5 of these left in me. I'm going to LA, and I'm going to be their starting quarterback. And Sean McVay and Les Snead would be nuts to say no to that.
A chaotic time in Tampa for these Buccaneers, to say the least. We will continue these conversations all around training camp because contract extensions and what the Rams have available in a salary cap for next year are parts of what we are seeing play out before our very eyes on the second to last day of July, even here in 2026. A lot of that because the defense is taken care of. We'll talk about that Rams defense under third-year coordinator Chris Shula later on in the show as well. 855-97-LA fan. That is 855-975-2326. We want you involved in this conversation on this Thursday. He's Brock Vereen. I'm Ben Stevens, in today for Alex Curry. It is Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. We will play Do You Care LA on the other side of the break.
Say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself. He's 7-1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It is midday on a Thursday. He is Brock. I am Ben, in today for Alex, and we are just getting going. 4 hours of fun here on Brock and Alex as we take you all the way to 2 p.m. Pacific. Of course, we want you involved in this conversation. It is 855-97-LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. Hop in the YouTube chat at The Fan LA. Follow on all the socials at The Fan LA as well. We make it very easy for you to remember
Training camp continues all around Los Angeles. It is game number 3, the rubber match and the series finale against the Mariners tonight inside Dodger Stadium. Roki Sasaki, the probable starter for Dave Roberts and company. On the other side, it is Brian Wu for the Mariners. We will preview game 3. We will talk about the biggest things happening for the Dodgers, including Shohei Ohtani, the hitter, versus Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, a little bit later on in our show. But it's now time here to end out this opening hour with another rendition of Do You Care LA. Producer Shay in the house. Shay, what's going on this Thursday, man?
Producer Shay's doing great, Ben. Now that you're here, I'm so excited to see you. Let's go. Come on.
Calabasas in the building.
B&B.
Heck yeah.
Calabasas
CHS.
in the building.
Go Yotes, brother.
Put those
Go
coyotes
Yotes.
up.
Coyotes
Silent
in the air.
coyotes up. Silent
Can we get a
coyotes
Yote out of Brock? That would make our
You will
day.
never get that.
Brock,
Is this like a Vikings?
What was your guys'
on my deathbed? You can, well, first off, this is
These
like
are going- I
like
gotta go
a
this way.
ram.
Yeah.
Viking horns go outward. Remember they curl
yeah,
up.
they're at that way.
laterally.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
close.
yeah.
You're close.
All right.
You're close.
All right.
You're close.
What was your thing?
Not what you're doing.
Did you guys have a thing?
There was always, like, if you go to Party City, you get those plastic Vikings helmets.
Yeah.
Those were littered across campus at all times.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You never wore one, though, because you were too busy on the field?
Unfortunately, it did not fit under my helmet, but I did try.
Yeah, you did.
If I could have made it work, I would have made it work. I promise you that.
See, I was the backup quarterback for Calabasas High School. My senior year, we won a single game, and I was still the backup quarterback.
It's because you weren't on there. It's because you weren't on the field.
Some were saying, Shay, I wouldn't. Some might Shay did start senior night, but that is another conversation for a different time. So I was the guy trying to provide the motivation on the sidelines with the Yotes up at all times, trying to encourage the crowd. We had like 7 people there.
For the people on radio, what a yote is you basically make like an animal out of your finger.
Yeah.
And anytime a teacher wanted you to be quiet, they would go, "Quiet coyotes," and you would put the yote up. Check it out on YouTube. You'll see my fingers
Coyotes
doing
are
it.
famously not quiet. So
No.
I would love more
But
information
stealth.
on this quiet coyotes thing.
We'll bring it up with the principal.
They are.
Welcome into Do You Care LA, guys. And coyotes are not quiet. We can talk about that later, though. More drama for Bill Belichick at UNC, guys. Do You Care LA? Bill Belichick's second fall camp at North Carolina is already being overshadowed by more off-field drama. So UNC placed general manager Michael Lombardi on leave while the school investigates allegations involving his conduct. Don't even know what that means. Lombardi is Belichick's right-hand man and makes $1.5 million a year. That's unheard of for his position, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So Belichick mostly added questions about it, or was mostly asked questions about it, and said the program is still headed in a positive direction despite everything going on. Guys, do you care?
Okay. Maybe North Carolina goes undefeated and shocks the world and shuts us all up this year. As we sit here right now, this is a perfect example about how even in current NIL standing, throwing money at something doesn't make you a winner. It's very easy with NIL to say, oh, Michigan basketball just spent more than everyone. Indiana football just tapped into Mark Cuban and paid everyone. UNC spent a ton of money, and look what's going on here.
Yep.
Texas A&M has spent a ton of money, and they got nothing to show for it, right? So when I hear about this story with UNC, one, this organization, this school is hilarious in how poorly it's going and how poorly it probably will continue to go.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you do have to tip the cap to teams who are still finding ways to win in this changing landscape, because it is much more than just writing checks.
Yeah, you should care, LA, because when people say the Dodgers are the evil empire of Major League Baseball because they spend more than anybody else, point to Bill Belichick's $10 million salary and say 4 wins in 2025. Point to the salary of one Michael Lombardi for $1.5 million a year. He is the highest paid GM in college football, and he has now been temporarily put on leave because of alleged misconduct. Before the second fall camp under Bill Belichick for UNC started yesterday, to Shay's point, he tried to paint things as a positive, but basically he spoke in Belichickian where he said, we're figuring things out. meaning you got no answers,
have
Bill.
no idea.
UNC stinks. It's a failed experiment, and I think we can all start to hate a little bit on Bill Belichick. So I care. Also, you want another angle?
Oh, please.
The silver and black. A lot of Raiders fans here in the greater Los Angeles area, even with them now playing in Sin City. Michael Lombardi used to be a member of that front office under the legendary Al Davis, who has one of the great quotes all time when it comes to Michael Lombardi. Back in 2008, after Lombardi was ousted from the Raiders front office and that organization, Al Davis said, quote, Michael Lombardi has been fired from every job he has ever held. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance he gets fired from North Carolina at a certain point as well.
Is there a least... Is there is there anyone who has worked in the front office of sports that is respected less than Mike Lombardi? Because I think it's a genuine question.
I don't think so.
I think it is a genuine question. Now, obviously, it's who you know, not what you know.
Right.
And if you're buddies with Bill Belichick, he's going to bring you along. But I am expecting whatever he did to get in trouble when it eventually comes out to us, I'm expecting it to be hilarious.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
It is really going to be. It is. And listen, LA, you should care as well because we're getting you invested in college football. Yes. And North Carolina plays in the very first college football game of the year, the Dublin debut on Saturday, August 29th, 9 a.m. out here in Los Angeles. Wake up to college football. You know that we will be doing that. Shay, take it away.
I got a counter for you guys on the least respected person in sports.
Oh, boy, who are you getting?
Lance Armstrong.
Okay.
Oh, I mean,
I think Brock said that.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But
yeah,
I did not expect
O.J.
Lance.
Simpson also wasn't very respected.
Hey,
Whoa.
O.J. was guilty, technically.
Allegedly.
Whoa.
Hold on a
Lance
second.
was, come on.
Of all the names that he could have said, I got a counter
Pete
for you.
Rose?
Least respected in
Come
sports. Lance Armstrong. Bill Belichick, Michael Lombardi, Lance Armstrong. All right.
Disrespectful, man.
Only
They're
one
ruining this
show's
game
doing
we
that
love.
today. I'll tell you that much.
Lance ruined the sport I love.
Cycling?
So there's a lot into it, man.
You know Shea is performing in a very big volleyball tournament this weekend?
I heard.
6-man in Manhattan Beach.
And I expect him to win.
He said he might not even see the sand.
Actually, though.
Some said it.
You're a bullpen.
I'm not very good.
Fine. You know what? They don't appreciate you now, but they will when they need you. They don't think they need you now, but you're going to be the ringer.
I could take what Lance was taking. Maybe I'll get on the court. Who knows? Do you care, LA?
I'm excited for this next name, by the way. Really good conversation.
Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Brock and Ben different stories from around the sports world. Let's get into this next one, guys. Professional boxer, influencer, and former actor Jake Paul. You guys know the name. He's trying to expand into MMA. So he has this thing called MVP Promotions. It's been doing very good. It's basically the thing that's been putting on these celebrity boxing matches that we've all been seeing. Twitter, YouTube, whatever. They're trying to do it. You're not seeing it on TV, but you're seeing it on streaming sites. So it's currently merging with the PFL, the Professional Fighting League. Okay. So that's a very prominent known league. It's almost like the MMA, or the UFC, but it's not really as big as the UFC, but it basically does the same thing. Paul says the move will help him challenge the UFC, bringing in better fighters and kind of a legitimacy to his promotion. Do you care?
If you care about the UFC, you care about this. Personally, I do not care. I will let Ben answer for himself, but I will say, as he shakes his head no. But I will say, my understanding of the UFC, which I used to follow closely, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I fell off the wagon a little bit. Dana White and how they run that organization is criminal from the lack of finances that the fighters see versus what they bring to the table. Like, no one is turning on UFC to see Joe Rogan interview guys after the fight. No one's turning on the TV to see the celebrities that are sitting ringside. They're sitting there to see the two people there. Like, no other sport, maybe other than tennis, has a greater argument for the athletes are the reason why you are watching this thing. And they see so little of the money. So if this leads to fighters who are quite literally putting their lives on the line, seeing more of the pie, if I cared about MMA, then I would really care about this, Ben.
Completely agree. If I cared about it, I would care about that for that idea, giving more leverage and more pay to the actual athletes who are competing. It is why I really enjoy that. I do not care about Jake Paul, but what I do care about is Jake Paul also believes that he could play wide receiver in the NFL. So I care about this because if Jake Paul is focused on his merging partnership with PFL and what it could mean for UFC, then he will not be focused on the National Football League, and that's a good thing for everybody.
That is a win for us. It's a win for football fans everywhere.
Yep.
We do not care, Shay.
All right, guys, on to the next one. Do you care, LA? And when I saw this on Twitter, this next headline, I honestly thought this was like a joke. I didn't think this was real. And guys, the robots are truly taking over. So DoorDash is taking delivery to the sky. DoorDash has received FAA approval to operate its own commercial drone delivery service. What does that mean, guys? It means you can order a burger from McDonald's and it can get delivered to you by a drone. So it's going to basically be only handled from 3 to 5 mile orders, while Dashers focus on shorter deliveries and orders that require navigating apartments or carrying larger items. So if you have a house, this is probably going to be something from you if you're ordering from something a little bit farther, so it can cut through the roads and all that. I don't know if they're going to make lanes for the drones. I don't know how that's going to work. But
flight plans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say its drone deliveries average about 25 minutes, and that was in 2025. Do you care, LA?
This is such a bad idea. I go back to 14-year-old me. I would be grinning ear to ear if I knew my neighborhood was going to have drones flying around it. I would get a BB gun.
Yep.
I would get on my bike and just follow one. The second that it lands, I'm taking it. Over under on 1 month before some kind of adjustment has to be made on their drone delivery service.
Under. If this is going to houses nationwide, and fathers are going to see randomly flying objects out, they're gonna. Like, it's going to be
it's not even that, guys. Think about this. Imagine being 16, 17 years old. I'm not saying you should do this, by the way. Imagine being 16, 17 years old. You see a 30 rack just in the sky. I'm getting a rock and I'm throwing it at that. Are you kidding me?
Those are some heavy lifting drones.
But it's like, just think about it.
The only thing I care about here in LA is could that ease traffic on the roadways?
Okay.
Taking delivery guys off if we're going those longer distances.
No, because people are going to be driving looking at drones, because once those drones are up and you're sitting in traffic, you're at the red light. No, it's going to be a nightmare.
I'll also say I'm pretty anti-robot, but we can also discuss.
We can start the next hour with that, buddy.
And we will start hour 2 in just a matter of moments. I'm Brock and Alex. Angeles, it is Brock and Alex. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for the one, the only Alex Curry. You are listening on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It's 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Are you anti-robot like Brock and myself? Do you like cheesecake? We will have some cheesecake apparently delivered to this studio on National
Holiday of sorts.
Federal
Shout
holiday.
out.
I'm surprised we're working today.
If you're at work, walk out. It's Cheesecake Day.
National Cheesecake Day. And of course, football is here, our friends. All around Los Angeles, training camp continues, as does the series for the Dodgers against the Seattle Mariners on this Thursday evening at the Ravine. It is the rubber match, meaning each team has won a single game. The Mariners taking the opener on Tuesday. The Dodgers bouncing back with a 4-2 victory yesterday. Eric Lauer once again. 9 outings in a Dodger uniform, 9 wins for Los Angeles. Lauer himself 5-0 with the Dodgers with a 2.96 ERA, a .99 whip. That is 15th best in Major League Baseball since Lauer became a Dodger near the end of May. But we talked pitching in the opening hour. Edwin Diaz making his return. Just his 9th game as a Dodger, earning his 5th save, holding on in the top of the 9th against Seattle. Let's start with the top of the offensive lineup yesterday, Brock, because Shohei Ohtani still leading off for Dave Roberts. Andy Pages still batting second, despite Doc saying pregame he was maybe going to reconfigure the top of his starting lineup against Seattle in Game 2. Both of those guys delivering at the dish. Shohei 2 for 3 yesterday with a walk, reaching base safely 3 times. Also had an RBI double in the bottom of the 6th. Andy Pages got the scoring started very early. Home half of the first inning, a solo home run for Pages. He had multiple ribbies yesterday for the Dodgers as well. Anytime you can look at the start of your offensive lineup and those 2 guys reach base safely 6 times, that's going to be a good night for the Dodgers.
You throw in Freddie Freeman and the out-of-this-world level of play he's been at post-All-Star break, and you add him in, the Dodgers 1, 2, 3 batters combined for 7 for 11 yesterday, 4 RBIs, which is all of the runs that the Dodgers scored. And all 3 had multi-hit games. So with Andy Pages, I love that he was able to respond to Dave Roberts' challenge. He did this with Roki, where he's kind of challenging his guys via the media because he is such a available manager.
Yep.
Which is great sometimes. Sometimes it's annoying because we don't know what's going on with Shohei or we get the wrong info. But right now we're talking about the positive. With Pages, I was happy to see because post All-Star break, really a little bit before the All-Star break, but the voting was already in. He's slid pretty significantly from his probably being the MVP of the team to now at times being a liability. And it's little things. Yep. It is his inability to see the strike zone, because I still need to look up his numbers. He is the worst ABS challenger I have. Yes. Oh my God. It is god awful. And Dave Roberts rolls his eyes every single time that Pages challenges something because he knows he's going to be wrong. It's major things like mistiming his jumps on hits that don't need to be home runs. They should be outs, but the fence is low and he just mistimes his jump. And his fielding has taken a little bit of a hit, I would say, over the past couple weeks. And, of course, the bat went cold there. So good to see him respond. One great performance won't be enough. He needs to do it again today and probably through the next series as well. But, yeah, that 2 spot may be up for review here pretty shortly.
I think it's a great point because Andy Pages did need a night like he had last night against Seattle. Through the end of May, Pages arguably could have been that offensive MVP for Los Angeles. He had the best WAR, wins above replacement rating, of any positional player in Major League Baseball, which was even better than many others around the bigs. It was second best across the sport, only behind his teammate Shohei Ohtani because of what Show does on the bump as well. It was a .294 batting average for Pages at the end of May. He had 50 RBIs, the most in MLB, an .881 OPS, second best on the Dodgers, only behind Ohtani. But from the start of June until yesterday, before Game 2 against Seattle in the 3-4 night for Pages, a 225 average, a 664 OPS, dropping by more than 2.2 points, and he had 50 ribbies at the end of May, the most in the bigs. He only had 19 entering last night from June 1st on. He had multiple RBIs on Wednesday night against Seattle. That desperately needed. And now let's have the Shohei Ohtani conversation. Because, Brock, it's going to be that main storyline for the Dodgers here post-All-Star break in the second half, especially 4 days out from Monday's trade deadline in the major leagues. There is a conversation in Los Angeles on if we will see Shohei Ohtani start another game in the regular season or perhaps even beyond that in October. It was the first time in a while, nearly 2.5 weeks, that Ohtani met with the media through his interpreter on Tuesday night following Game 1 against Seattle. We know about the left knee inflammation. We know about the discomfort. We know about the cortisone shot in that knee in the final game before the All-Star break officially was underway. But it's interesting to hear from Shohei Ohtani himself, who also said that his right biceps in his pitching arm is not 100%. Ohtani and his people keep things notably quiet. So when Shohei is meeting with the media for the first time in a while and offers up that information himself, you know that he is not feeling near the level that he needs to be or wants to be pitching and hitting at his absolute best.
The Shohei conversation is a frustrating one because everything about him is understandably so secretive.
Yep.
And because Dave Roberts is maybe the most media-forward manager in baseball, there's a massive disconnect. Why it's been so frustrating, I feel, is what Dave Roberts has been reporting regarding Shohei has been overwhelmingly incorrect throughout the season. Now, I am going to take the liberty of putting that on Shohei and his camp because Dave Roberts has never shown us to be someone who is willingly going to lie. Some head coaches and managers across sports use the media to give their opponent the wrong information or to badmouth someone so that they could trade for him. You know, that's not what Dave Roberts does. He's always approached things as, I know how big the Dodgers brand is. I want to help be the face of that and promote it. Either Shohei has been dishonest about these ailments and how much they have hurt him, or he had athlete brain and just thought that he could power through things. Regardless of which one of those is true, throughout this season up to this point, he's put personal success over the team. There was a mad dash to get into that Cy Young conversation early on. He is not going to pitch as many innings as the Mizorowskis, as the Christopher Sanchez's, so as the Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
So every single outing meant more to him. So you tell us that the blister's not a big deal. Turns out it is. You tell us that the knee's nothing to worry about. It's a major thing to worry about. The bicep pops up once, it disappears, it comes back. Now you're ready to admit it's a big deal. He's a two-way player.
Yep.
This isn't just affecting his ability to pitch and pursue a Cy Young, which has been wrapped up for weeks now.
Yeah.
Probably was wrapped up a month into the season. But now you are affecting the Dodgers' ability to win a World Series. I understand that when Shohei was in Anaheim, he didn't have to go by their schedule. He did whatever he wanted. And let's be honest, the Angels often are not playing for much. So yeah, we have the most important player maybe to ever play baseball. Just let him do what he wants. And in the past 2 years, of course, the Dodgers have had great success. And Shohei has not had the full had a full workload both on the mound and at the plate. But by all means, everyone has been getting along and everything's been great. This is the first time since Shohei has been in the MLB that we know of that clearly there is a disconnect between him, but what he wants and what his organization wants for him.
Yep.
And there will be a very difficult conversation at the end of this season when the Dodgers are hopefully three-peating as World Series champs. how things are going to go going forward, because clearly there is a hierarchy was not established, and now there needs to be one established going forward.
And Shohei did allude at the end of that media availability to that very idea. Not necessarily the communication between both sides or what his priorities are, but understanding that he needs to be at his best, and his best ability is availability for the Dodgers come the postseason, come October, to win that third consecutive World Series. We have not seen Shohei Ohtani in a game on the mound since July 3rd against the Padres. 6 innings, 3 earned, 7 hits, gave up a long ball, 9 Ks to 2 walks. In the last 4 starts that Shohei Ohtani made, he allowed 3 earned at least in 3 of the 4, 12 earned in total. When Shohei was in that Cy Young conversation early in the first 2+ months of the Major League Baseball season, first 10 starts, only 5 earned runs allowed from Ohtani. In the last 4, with some of the left knee inflammation starting to creep up, maybe the biceps injury being a bigger deal than we realized, the blister that Brock alluded to, he was not nearly as clean. 12 earned in 4 starts after only 5 earned in his opening 10 outings of the year. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that we will see Shohei Ohtani start a regular season game before the Dodgers get to the playoffs?
I do. I do. I don't want to see him, but there is a world where he is needed in the World Series, in the playoffs before the World Series, and you can't just throw him off of 2.5 months rest in those moments.
Yep.
Does Shohei pitch for 7 innings? No. I see a scenario where Shohei can get, again, so it's July 30th. I don't want to see him before August 3rd.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a world, I think, where when the NL West is locked up, and hopefully the 1 or 2 seed is locked up or close to it, that battle is probably going to take a little longer. But where Shohei can go out there and give you 3 innings at a time just to remain fresh. You are not starting this game. You have a pitch count or an inning count, and whenever you reach one of those, you are yanked, and this is a bullpen game going forward because we have our division tied up and we're in good standing in the playoffs, so we have the freedom to do that. Keep him loose, but do not treat him like a starting pitcher, especially if they do go out and make a trade. Then Shohei can be the insurance, and if you have a crazy World Series of events like we did last year where, hey, we're in the millionth inning, we have Shohei Ohtani, right? Or if it's just we just need him for a random 6th inning. Having the freedom to utilize him without relying on him going forward, I feel is the most likely course of action because I don't want to see him for at least a month.
And I wonder how that mentality plays for Shohei Ohtani, who expects the most out of himself. Whatever we would say, whatever Dave Roberts would say, whatever anybody would say about Ohtani, he has a higher expectation of his performances, both as a pitcher and a hitter in the sport of baseball, than anybody else, and demands that excellence out of him. For instance, I go back to one of the starts at the end of May against the Rockies when he had 6 innings of no-hit baseball, but allowed an earned run because he ushered up 4 free passes, and he was pissed. He was like, I would rather give up 5 hits, but be more efficient on the bump, stay in the game longer, than have 4 walks that allowed to a run being scored. We want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. It is Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Do you want to see Shohei Ohtani pitch again this year for the Dodgers? If so, is that the regular season? Is that October? Is that in a starting pitching capacity? Is that in some needed bullpen innings later in games? And there is a track record, by the way, of Shohei Ohtani not necessarily needing to give you 5 or 6 frames, but kind of being that opener, as the Dodgers did with Shohei Ohtani post-All-Star break last year as he made his return from that second significant throwing arm injury that he suffered back in 2023. I have heard D-Mac, Brock, make this point often, and I think it's incredibly sound. We think of Shohei Ohtani as a unicorn. He is doing things on a baseball diamond we have never seen. And that value, as he is still well on his way to winning his 3rd consecutive National League MVP award, his 5th trophy in the last 6 years in either league, because of that value as a pitcher and a hitter doing things we have never seen in this sport, that's how we compartmentalize Shohei. But with what Ohtani is doing at the dish, that is still the most valuable thing for the Dodgers in that chase for a 3rd World Series championship. In this series against Seattle, Shohei is 4 of 7 at the dish with a homer, 3 extra base hits, and 4 RBIs in those 2 games. Now, in the month of July, before the series against the M's got started, he only had a 711 OPS. That was his lowest number in that key statistic in a month since August of 2020 when he was playing in Anaheim. And I have made this point here on 97.1 The Fan a few times in discussing the importance of Shohei Ohtani, the DH, the leadoff hitter, and the bat that he possesses. In terms of figuring things out, I think with so much focus, Brock, paid to Shohei on the bump early in the year, we started to see things turn for Shohei the batter around May 12th. It was the 3rd game of that 4-game set against the Giants. He went 0 for the day prior. Since May 12th, and in that game, he recorded a home run against the San Francisco Giants. He has a 1.034 OPS. It's the 4th best in baseball. He has a 3.25 batting average now. It's the 5th best in Major League Baseball in that span, basically the last 2.5 months. And a 175 WRC plus, weighted runs created plus, where the Major League average is 100. Shohei 75 points better than that. 2nd best in the sport, only behind Yordan Alvarez since the middle of May. That is still Shohei Ohtani, the batter. That is still Shohei Ohtani, the designated hitter. That is still Shohei Ohtani, the Dodgers leadoff man. And that, to me, is still the importance that he possesses, regardless of the pitching conversation. Now, we can say that. It's a matter, I think, of Shohei Ohtani actualizing that, being aware of that, realizing that, and understanding his role, of course, in communication with Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers front office, and, of course, Dave Roberts, the manager.
And this is where the conversation of individual accolades versus team accolades come into account when you factor in a massive part of Shohei's game that has been missing this season, likely because of that knee. In 2024, Shohei made history in probably 10 or 12 ways.
Yep.
But one of the biggest ways was the first 50-50 season. Shohei used to be an elite base stealer.
Yep.
He literally was the best at it.
Mm-hmm.
He has stolen 6 bases this season. The last time he stole a base was May 16th. That is a massive part of his game, especially as a leadoff hitter. Now, Shohei batting leadoff was controversial at first because you're supposed to put your best batter in cleanup or,
right,
or at third maybe. We're going to put him first because he's an athlete, and most leadoff hitters also are athletes. Now, mindset is kind of changing. You put your best batter there because of Shohei, but
right,
what those guys don't have is the ability to steal bases, getting on base, stealing a base, so that if Pages can bloop something down the right field, we get a run every single time.
Yep.
And that aspect of his game is not there. And there are so many scenarios where you have seen that knee be a factor offensively. He tries to push a double into a triple. I believe it was the Mets series, and he gets tagged out by an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Healthy Shohei, healthy knee. If he addressed the knee when it initially needed to be addressed, he makes that situation. Game 1 against the Mariners, he gets a triple, probably gets thrown out at home, but super healthy Shohei pushes that and maybe gets an inside the park home run, but he doesn't attempt it. And it's the fact that he didn't attempt it because he knows he cannot run as well. So
yeah,
Shohei is always going to be able to make contact with the baseball, even with a bicep ripped off of his arm, better than most baseball players ever who have ever picked up a bat. But he is affecting the offense, and I'm motivated that he said in that recent press availability that he's at least acknowledging I need to be at my best for this team to be at my best, at their best. But I'm wondering if there was any attempt previously or why it had to take this long to realize, oh, I'm really affecting this team.
Yeah.
And it's all for pursuit of personal accolades when everything we've known about him up to this point is, yes, he gets to do things his own way, but he does want to win championships. And I maybe he just got caught in the tunnel, but the lack of stolen bases and how much that can benefit this offense and the fact that it's just not there, and the knee's not going to be healthy enough before the end of the year for that to be part of his game again. That's a big thing to me.
Evident in the fact that Freddie Freeman has nearly as many stolen bases as Shohei Ohtani. The 35-year-old has 5 this year. Frederick is perfect, by the way, in stealing bags. He has 5 stolen bases in 5 attempts. You mentioned this about Freddie post All-Star break in the last 2.5 weeks. Freddie's average after a 2-for-4 night, 395, 12th best in baseball with at least 30 plate appearances since the All-Star break. He consistently delivers in that 3-hole. So that's what the Dodgers have as they enter the series finale tonight against the Seattle Mariners, looking for a fourth consecutive series victory post All-Star break. It is Brian Wu, the probable pitcher for Seattle, has not been his All-Star self as he was last year. This year, 7-7 with a north of ERA of 4. Roki Sasaki gets the start for Doc and the Dodgers. We will talk Sasaki and what we want to see out of Roki following 2 stellar Friday nights back-to-back in New York City against the Yankees. First, in the first game post All-Star break for the Dodgers, you and I sat here on that Friday previewing the set against the Pinstripes, both incredibly concerned for Sasaki facing Garrett Cole on the other side. In the first game for a slumping Dodgers team post All-Star break, he wowed us and then backed that up with 9 strikeouts against the New York Mets last Friday night at Citi Field. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. It's a Thursday midday in Los Angeles. It is Brock and Alex. I am in today for Alex Curry. 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. The focus, back to football, and one of the best to do it from the NFL Network. Cynthia Freeland joins us on the other side of the break to talk about the Rams, the Chargers, and everything you need to know in the National Football League entering 2026. Football, my friends, is here, and we will have that conversation. Up next, you're on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Brock and Alex on this Thursday in Los Angeles. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Alex Curry. 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. Hop in the YouTube chat at the Fan LA as well. And as we have shared a few times, Brock Vereen, football is here, our friends. We are well into training camp now for the Los Angeles Rams and the LA Chargers and the Las Vegas Raiders. Big Ten Media Days in its third and final day in Chicago. Lincoln Riley spoke on Tuesday. Bob Chesney, about to enter his first year as UCLA's head man, yesterday on a Wednesday. We're getting to fall camp here in Los Angeles, but as we focus on the National Football League, one of the best covering this sport from the NFL Network, Cynthia Freeland joins us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, the creator and the host of A Numbers Game as well. The detailed perspective that Cynthia brings to the National Football League and football in general, as good as you will find. And Cynthia, we are so happy to have you here on this Thursday afternoon to get people ready for what should be a very fun 2026 NFL season here in LA.
Absolutely. I mean, we even have the Cowboys in town, of course, as well. So lots going on all over the city. And let's extend that to Las Vegas as well. So it's weird because I was doing the math, and obviously because, that's kind of what I do. But this is actually like the longest summer we have. If you count summer as, Memorial to Labor, we have an extra few days this year, which is why I feel like we're a little late with training camps compared to normal. So, take those extra few days. Let's hope there was like a little extra rest, keep the arms all nice and WD-40 lubed up, and let's see it. Let's see what's going on now.
Yeah, make sure everybody has your sunscreen out there for training camp. A thank you to the World Cup, but our football has it from here as we go through the later stages of summer. So, Cynthia, let's start here in Los Angeles with the Rams, the Super Bowl 61 favorites, well in front of the rest of the field, it feels, around the National Football League. Reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford. The blockbuster deal to acquire Myles Garrett, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, along with Trent McDuffie, so on and so forth. There is so much to love for this Rams team entering 2026. But to get to the pinnacle, to win a Super Bowl, what will the Rams have to do better than everybody else in 2026?
Win the division. I actually think that this is the hardest division in football, and I think that getting that home field advantage will be massive for the NFC. Obviously, when you have these massive expectations, and we'll say this goes for every team, health will always be right up there on top of everyone's list as what needs to happen. But in addition to that, it's win the division and perhaps win it convincingly. Start in Australia, make sure everything looks like locked down and great, and then make sure that those division games don't get wonky and nothing weird happens. If there is, there's always that fun chess match between these coaches. So let's just win the division. That to me is setting them up for the best success.
Speaking of some of those wonky divisional matchups, a lot of those came down to special teams or the lack thereof for the Rams. Does it seem like Sean McVay is going to make that a point of emphasis going forward this season?
If there's one thing that I think we can all agree is that Sean McVay is probably, it was the middle of June and he woke up in the middle of the night being like, this is the special teams play I want to play. Like, I just feel like he's got that personality where, it's like, I remember this from, Washington circa whatever year. We want to do this. Like, I have no doubt that we will see things in wrinkles and folds that are really fun and interesting and that we've not seen before. So they feel like they address their needs. That's one of the things that I really like about the Rams. They don't, the sunk cost fallacy is not something that they ascribe to. So they really have a good way of saying, well, we weren't so great in our secondary last year, so let's address that. And then, the Myles Garrett was like I can't even believe that happened. But, ultimately I like that they confront what is actually wrong.
Know the name, Los Angeles. Bubba Ventrone, the new special teams coordinator for this Rams franchise, who spent nearly a decade around the NFL as a special teams coordinator elsewhere, most recently the past 3 seasons with the Cleveland Browns. Cynthia Freeland joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, on a Thursday on Brock and Alex. And Cynthia, you just mentioned it. One of the weak spots for this Rams team last year, the defensive backfield, certainly at the cornerback spot. They had the All-Pro and Trent McDuffie via the trade. They signed Jalen Watson, and then, of course,
Here's Myles Garrett, the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year. By the numbers, the Rams weren't a bad defense last year by any means, but with all of those new pieces for Chris Shula, third-year defensive coordinator at his disposal, just how much better can this Rams defense be entering a new NFL season?
Well, it's a famous last name, and I think he'll be a guy who, we always put out those lists like October, head coaches, candidates to watch for next season. I think this will be Chris Shula's only year in Los Angeles. There's just a glut of absolute wealth on this defense, and the talent level is crazy. So to me, it's like, well, where's Chris Shula going to be coached next year? That's the real question. I just think that you're set up for so much success. I love the strategy of bringing over two players from a defense that, when you're playing with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, there's always this fear of defense. Like, you're going to see a lot of passes, even if they're playing with, from behind, et cetera, where you'd expect to see a run against. It doesn't matter when people are playing Patrick Mahomes, that just doesn't happen. So you have a lot of experience in a team that's playing against the pass a lot, and that's just so smart to bring them over together. I can't give enough credit there. I think I say it every time, but I mean it. That just shortens the distance between what you're supposed to be doing on the field and actually doing it. The learning curve just minimized with that.
Matthew Stafford was drinking from the fountain of youth a year ago, winning an MVP. And while Davante Adams is not quite 38 years old, he had himself a fantastic season as well. What can we expect from Davante from a productivity standpoint this year?
I mean, the red area was where he made fantasy owners pretty happy. We have to talk about fantasy football. It's August. August is fantasy football month. Whether or not you like it, it's here, it happens. And I think the same thing will happen. It's the red area for him. It's, first and Davante, whatever it is, where he's pulling away defenders. And you got, who am I going to stop? The run game, the tight ends, Davante, Puka. I mean, my goodness, it's just a lot of different opportunities to be super effective in the most important part of it. Davante doesn't need to be running 40 yards anymore. We're 38. He's gonna, he's old, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter when you have his ability to deal with contested catches is second to none. That was always been the case. He was probably underrated in that in his early career, and now we've seen it more and more. But it's just, to me, it's like Davante, red area. Davante, red area. Those are the two. What is that word association like on the like the SATs? It's like this is like this. It's red area.
That would be a very good SAT question.
That'd be solid.
When you think of Davante Adams, what do you think
of? Solving educational
red zone score. Yeah, you're welcome, Department of Education. Cynthia Freeland is here on a Thursday on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, of course, of the NFL Network, host and creator of a numbers game as well. Cynthia, you mentioned Davante Adams, 14 receiving touchdowns last year, led the National Football League in that category. Puka Nacua enters his fourth season with this Rams organization, but currently his last under contract. What do you think that Les Snead and Sean McVay are trying to see out of Puka Nacua this year to give him a long-term deal and to keep him in Los Angeles for the foreseeable future?
I think it's as simple right now as, because the way that they figured out the cap is very brilliant. I really think that not signing him right now or right in this moment is like, is that guy 99 coming back? Do we need to save some money in the coffers for that? Or should we get this done? So I think once we have a little clarity on, I'm not like breaking news. This is just me looking at it from an outsider standpoint. If there's no 99 coming back and you got to pay 99, then perhaps they'll start to do that agreement a little bit earlier. But I actually think it might be as simple as figuring out the cap metrics for this season, because they've clearly pushed all their chips in and they want to win now. So does that mean bringing back 99? I'm not going to say his name. I feel like it jinxes it. So bring back 99.
No, Cynthia, you can say it. It's not like Voldemort. Aaron Donald.
I don't know. I don't know. I want it to happen. So I feel like if I don't, like, we'll just, coaches often refer to players by their number, so it's like, True. We'll just do it like coaches do until we see what happens.
Well, you brought up fantasy football. Let's feed the hungry fantasy football folks. Ooh, that is tough to say.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford, Rams defense, or either of the Rams wide receivers, who brings the most value to a fantasy football team this year?
Well, obviously obviously everything's about where you're drafting someone. So if you could get Matthew Stafford in a later round than some of your opponents, people with quarterbacks, they get a little antsy, but often the difference between quarterback 3 and quarterback 10 in fantasy, not in real life, but in fantasy is like not that many points, right? So you got to think about like, what are your available substitutes? So for me, I would say Puka is probably being undervalued this year because people like to get cute at this time of year and they're like, well, Jackson Smith and Jigba, nothing changed for him and it's going to be great. But I also think you have to say, okay, well, that depresses the fantasy market for Puka Nacua. So I think Puka would be the one that I would look for. I'm not going to try to figure out which tight end that Sean McVay will favor. If I could pick, Rams tight end, that would be great. But I'm not going to try to figure out which one. And then maybe Devontae Adams, his number might be low too. I don't know where he's currently being drafted, but I think there's real value in Puka right now relative to where you'd be getting him in that. Before it was like you'd have to be drafting in the first 4 to get Puka. Now I think you can get him a little bit later in the first round where you're really getting some good value.
I'm always a guy in my fantasy drafts that the final 2 or 3 rounds, as the entire starting roster has been completed, even kicker and defense drafted, I'm going to take a guy that might not play at all for me in my lineup, but I think has breakout potential. I guarantee you both that is going to be Terrence Ferguson for the Rams.
Okay.
I am going to draft him in one of the final 3 rounds, if available. I hope nobody in my fantasy football league is listening as we speak. Cynthia, let's flip it over to the other LA team, that, of course, being the Chargers. Year number 7 for Justin Herbert, but now with a new offensive play caller in the brilliant Mike McDaniel. I'm going to ask what might be a difficult question because many have failed to answer it so far, as Herbert himself has. Is this the season that Justin Herbert wins a playoff game?
God, I hope so. First of all, 7 seasons. How has it been 7 already? I feel like that makes me feel a little not young, but ultimately I want to see it for him. It feels like the level of talent that we're talking about with Justin Herbert and being surrounded by not 1, but 2 former head coaches and Adam Gase being on that offensive staff as well. You better win 1 freaking playoff game. Now, we can talk about all the different excuses in the world, and they are real ones, too. When you don't have your tackles, life is hard. Justin Herbert's out there running for his life. Usually winning 11 games is going to get you into the postseason, but, when you're in the same division as the Broncos and the Chiefs, and, we can talk about the Raiders. We love the Raiders, but they're not coming for the not yet, maybe soon, but not yet. But ultimately, that's just such a tough division. You need to do more than that. And then you need to follow that up with, how do you stay healthy through the whole playoff run or getting all the way to, at least a playoff game. I hope so, though. I really want to see it.
You just brought this up a second ago. Winning the division puts you in a pretty great spot to be able to win said playoff game. How legitimate of a threat are the Chiefs with a healthy Patrick Mahomes and Denver with a some people believe in him, some people don't, Bo Nix?
I believe in Sean Payton, and I think what we saw with we'll start with the Broncos. I mean, I don't know if you can throw more screen passes than they did last year. I think that it was like 10 billion, something like that. But what my point is that I think they'll figure something out, even if it doesn't. Jarrett Stidham almost won a playoff game, a really important playoff game, and if it weren't for some, risk-taking moves at the end, could have been a different outcome. It wasn't like they got smoked by the Patriots. So I believe in Sean Payton quite a bit, and that defense is still that defense. I'm curious if Patrick, it just doesn't seem conceivable to me that he's going to be fully okay because the number of months since, I understand he's bionic. Maybe he isn't human. I don't know. But it just feels like there hasn't been enough time to be fully healed. So that kind of scares me as well. The division is, to me, it's going to come down to, if you look at the beginning of the Chargers schedule, it's kind of a nightmare. So they're going to have to start strong. So the schedule makers are really going to be where you see the difference between who wins that division is kind of what it's going to come down to for me, because there's huge strengths and huge question marks for all of these teams.
Weeks 3 through 10 for the Chargers, albeit a bye week in there. as hard of a 2-month stretch as any NFL team is going to see
Nightmare.
in the 2026 campaign. It is like, don't look at it if you're around small children. It would scare them, I am pretty sure. Cynthia Freeland joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cynthia, we appreciate the time. Of course, one of the best in the data, the numbers, everything you need to know for a new NFL season at the NFL Network. Cynthia, thank you so much for your time here on this Thursday. We greatly appreciated chopping it up about football with you.
Absolutely. Great talking to you guys. I'll talk to you next week.
You're the best.
Sure.
Thank you.
What a great time that was. She likes math far more than I do.
Legitimate genius. Like, I know we throw that word around.
For sure.
She has documentation that shows where she studied. She is an actual genius.
The numbers game is a true data analytical model that is used that puts out these numbers and everything that you need to know for a new NFL season. So awesome stuff with Cynthia. The one question we did not get to ask, who do you think starts for the Raiders week 1? Kirk Cousins or Fernando Mendoza? We will debate that very question as we talk more training camp around the National Football League. But we're also getting close. You can smell it in the air. Fall camp in college football with the one, the only, Brock Vereen. Up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Thursday in Los Angeles. It's midday in LA. It's Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens, in today for Alex Curry. If there is one thing that will be written on my tombstone, and I think Brock will have it as well, it is we love Big Ten football. So we're going to talk some college football here to end out our second hour on Brock and Alex. We're not just talking college football for the sake of it. The last few weeks nationally around the sport, it has been talking season. Media days, coaches, players at the podium for the first time all offseason or all summer, getting you ready for a new year. For the teams here in Los Angeles that play in the Big Ten Conference, that happened the past few days in Chicago. Lincoln Riley and the Trojans on Tuesday in the Windy City. Bob Chesney and his Bruins yesterday in Chicago. We are going to get to USC, of course, and some of Lincoln Riley's comments about Notre Dame and just the outlook for the Trojans with all of the talent that returns this year in downtown LA. But I want to start with Bob Chesney and the Bruins. And I thought it wasn't just the new skipper and Chesney meeting the media yesterday for his first Big Ten media days as UCLA's new head coach, Brock. It was his quarterback, Nico Iamaleava, who has become synonymous maybe with some of the things that you don't like about this era of college sports. NIL, transfer portal, and some of the headlines that have followed Nico as a quarterback. He was asked about that very thing. Basically, why did you decide to stay in Westwood and play for Bob Chesney in his first year at this level in the Big Ten Conference? And Iamaleava basically said, from the second I spoke to Bob Chesney, I knew this was the place I wanted to be. So to have that starting experience at the quarterback spot, even under a new regime, even under a new coaching staff, to me speaks volumes about Bob Chesney and the success I think UCLA is going to have this upcoming year.
And I think if people, understandably, if people spent more time watching UCLA last year, not just during that magical month, they would have realized how good Nico Iamaleava has potential to be. Mm-hmm. Tennessee, that Josh Heupel offense that they've run is kind of Madden football. Like it's so video game arcadey that you couldn't really get a gauge on him. So much was being asked of him last year offensively. The fact that he is still walking on two healthy legs is a miracle.
Yes.
I am beyond excited for him, and I bring that up because if people knew the potential that he has and that he will show, they would be much higher on this UCLA team. When we were last able to work together, we both agreed that this is a bowl team. They have a favorable schedule, and they're just going to be a lot better than people think. What I feel Bob Chesney cemented in media days yesterday and his availability was officially stamping that we are not an LA team, we are UCLA. What I mean by that is UCLA's issue over, God, I would say the past 20-something years is leaning into the LA aspect of it. Why that didn't work is because this will always be a USC town because they are located downtown, because one of the most exciting college football teams that any college football fan has ever seen was any of the Reggie Bush teams, and that is more recent than consistent UCLA success. So until UCLA can string together years that compete with that, and it's going to take some time, but until they can do that, this will be a football town. What Chesney did yesterday was saying, we're located in Southern California. We're located in LA County, but we're not trying to be the little brother of an LA school. We are our own thing. And for him to come from James Madison, which I would argue a lot of UCLA fans didn't even know where they were until they played the CFP a year ago.
Yep.
That makes a difference. He brought so many of his small town people. That makes a difference. And to approach recruiting and strategy and branding from a small town mindset is what UCLA needs. They may not want to hear that. It's humbling, but this is exactly what they needed to do, and they will succeed this year.
I have a shirt idea for you.
Okay.
I want to pitch to you, and I want your reaction to it.
Okay.
All right? Bob Chesney Believer, we take that down. Not even just Bob Believer. One shirt in the light blue and the gold, Bob Lever. Believers in Bob Chesney. I think it's an NIL opportunity for the folks in Westwood. If you want to reach out, we can monetize. We can be a part of it. We can get some 97.1 The Fan branding on it potentially
Bob
as well.
Lever, yes.
Bob Lever. Because I'm a Bob Lever, and I know Brock Vereen is as well. We can figure out exactly how we want to title this shirt, but we will both wear it proudly around the City of Angels. Because what Bob Chesney has done, what he reiterated, improved even in that initial meeting with Nico Iamaleava, is the idea that he wins. And winning ways carry over. I think we are seeing that in this current landscape, where coaches have had to cut their teeth and prove it at lower levels of the sport, but every time they get a promotion, every time they elevate their program, that winning doesn't stop. They don't skip out on anything. It basically continues from the very start. 16 years for Bob Chesney as a college football head coach. First at the D3 level at Salve Regina. You'll have to trust me, that's a real school. D2, Assumption. FCS, Holy Cross. The last 2 years at the FBS level with James Madison. And of course, as Brock mentioned, a college football playoff appearance in 2025. 16 seasons as a head coach. He has won nearly 72% of every game he has been the head coach in. He has won a conference championship 8 times. Half of the years he has been a college football head coach, he has won a conference title, and he leads the Dukes to a CFP berth a season ago. Is UCLA going to win 9 or 10 games in 2026 and challenge for a Big Ten title and a college football playoff appearance? More than likely not. Can they get to a bowl game and double their win output of 2025 with 6 in 2026? I believe so. And if you watched any James Madison football the last few years with offensive coordinator Dean Kennedy that followed Chesney from Harrisonburg, Virginia, which is where James Madison is located, to Westwood, he runs a style that if you saw Alonzo Barnett play the quarterback spot for JMU the last few years, very much, I think, highlights the best of what Iamaleava can do.
Yeah. Right there with you. He is a true dual threat guy that can throw the ball a mile and is insanely accurate because of how much zip he gets on the ball. He doesn't just have the ability to throw the ball very far. He can throw the ball with high velocity, to make a baseball reference. He throws a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. So how are they going to do this? It's going to be through the run game. They have the deepest running back room in the Big Ten. If you tell me they finished this season proven to have 3 running backs who each clear 800 rushing yards, I would agree with you right there. They get Wayne Knight transferring over. He's a senior. Anthony Woods and Javian Thomas. Anthony Woods more of a bounce back. Javian Thomas a speedster in his own right. All 3 of those guys are seniors. The wide receiver room has a ton of new faces. Yep. I'm not going to sit here and claim that all of it's going to mesh, but you have a very talented quarterback with some very talented transfers. Mikey Matthews, who started at Cal and transferred to UCLA last year, look for him in the slot. Samaj Morgan transferred over from Michigan. Those will be your 2 slot guys, your gadget guys. As far as the wideout room, of course, we'll have to see it to believe it. Points of emphasis, special teams, which were abysmal, but that is Bob Chesney's specialty. Yep. That is something he takes pride in. And if you watch college football, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of kids running around making mistakes. And that is where special teams is one of the greatest advantages that you can make. Lastly, the pass rush. That has to become a priority. UCLA was tied for last in the Big Ten last year in pass defense. They are talented in the DB room. It's the pass rush where they need help, but that is UCLA, and we have, all things considered, some high expectations that I think they're going to fulfill.
42 newcomers for the Bruins this year. 10 of those guys from James Madison. A couple along the defensive front that you should know. Zaire West, who was the Sun Belt Freshman of the Year, an absolute go-getter on the outside and edge spot. A Notre Dame transfer through JMU, now at UCLA, Aiden Gobira in the interior of that defensive line. Some talented players that can make an impact for Bob Chesney and that defense in year number 1.
Last thing, Ben. Why Indiana? One of the reasons why Indiana turned it around so quickly is because you had a bunch of small-town kids who were told they weren't good enough to play major D1 football at James Madison, and they got the opportunity to transfer with Coach Signetti to Indiana and said, I'm going to make the most of this opportunity because every game I play, I'm playing against a team that didn't think I was good enough. That is the secret factor, the secret ingredient that UCLA has. Bob Chesney brought over a ton of his guys, both from James Madison and other small schools, who never dreamed they would be able to play on a major stage in a major conference. And that chip on their shoulder is proof. It does not matter how many stars these kids have. That is their secret ingredient. And he will lean into that and reap rewards of that. They're not going to win a national championship in 2 years. I'm not going to put that on them. But you will see that level of motivation and drive every single day. But we also didn't think Indiana was going to do it. So you know what? I can't even say that.
Up until the start of last year, the losingest ever program in the history of FBS college football. And until, or as long as they play there, there is no grander stage in this sport than the Rose Bowl. And if Bob Chesney continues that winning way, you are going to see more fans flock into Pasadena than have, of course, in the previous few years. I think Curt Cignetti is the anomaly. He is not the standard. Everybody has looked for that next Coach Sig. If you wanted the archetype of how that could work, though, a guy that had to prove it at the lower levels of the sport, literally worked their way up with success, coached at James Madison, and then got to the Big Ten, Bob Chesney checks basically all of those boxes. If a bowl game is in the cards for UCLA this year, it would be considered a successful season, at least in our estimation. That is not the story for the other Los Angeles team and Lincoln Riley's USC Trojans. He met with the media on Tuesday, speaking with On3, saying that the Trojans are championship ready. The window has been open and they are ready to walk through, saying, quote, "You got to go win the games. We have the people to do it. We have more reasons why we should and could do it versus why maybe we can't." 15 starters returned for the Trojans this year, including quarterback Jaden Mayava, about to embark on his second full year as the starter under Lincoln Riley. We have discussed how difficult the schedule is for SC, and believe me, it really, really is. But that's not an excuse. You want to be the team on paper that your opposition fears. It feels like it's college football playoff or disappointment for the Trojans this year, Brock.
That's an absolute fact. Lincoln Riley entering his 5th season, 35-18 so far. Quick math, he's lost just over 30% of his games, and that is not the SC way, and that is especially not why he was brought here. He was brought here to win championships, which they have not come close to. One thing that motivates me and gives me some hope for SC this year is the biggest thing that he has bigged up both at Media Days 2 days ago and just throughout the offseason is his defensive line. He thinks his defensive line is his deepest room and his most talented room. He had 2 defensive linemen with him to represent him at Media Days, meaning 2 of his defensive linemen are captains. That means something for a program that has always made their claim to fame on having a 5-star quarterback, a 5-star wide receiver, and a 4 or 5-star running back. The reason SC was great when they were great was because of the trenches and because of defense. And if this is any indication of a shift back toward that mindset, I would love to see it. It will be a tough task, but USC has no excuse because after Curt Cignetti and Indiana wins a national championship, no blue blood has any excuse ever again.
One of the smartest decisions that Lincoln Riley has ever made in his life was parting ways with his longtime defensive coordinator, Alex Grinch, after his second year in L.A. That guy stinks at coaching the defensive side of the football. He hired D'Anton Lynn from UCLA. Another very smart decision. D'Anton Lynn played college football at Penn State. He is now the D.C. in Happy Valley. The hiring of Gary Patterson, who is so highly or held in such high esteem in this sport for what he can do defensively as TCU's all-time winningest head coach, I think it's going to pay dividends on that defensive side. And to Brock's point, it absolutely must if Southern Cal is going to reach the college football playoff in 2026. Our third hour of Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, starts next. We welcome you to hour number 3 here on this Thursday. It is midday in Los Angeles, and it's Brock and Alex. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Alex Curry, and we've got so much more to do in our next 2 hours up until 2 p.m. here on this Thursday in L.A. We want to hear from you. It is 855-97-LA fan. That is 855-975-2326. Make sure you are listening live on the Odyssey app. Hop in the YouTube chat. Make your voice heard at the Fan LA on YouTube and those social media channels as well. The Dodgers in their third and final game against the Seattle Mariners tonight as the homestand begins and continues in Los Angeles. A rubber match with Roki Sasaki getting a start. We will preview that series finale against Seattle later on in this show. Training camp continues around Los Angeles for both the Rams, the Chargers. We'll talk the silver and black and the Las Vegas Raiders as well. We already talked some college football, but there is a story, Brock Vereen, that surprises me that here in the second to last day of the month of July, we are still continuously discussing. It is the Kawhi Leonard aspiration investigation by the National Basketball Association. And yesterday, Baxter Holmes, NBA reporter for ESPN, according to league sources, continued the reporting on this investigation. That, mind you, is still ongoing. And the picture that Baxter Holmes presented is that it could still be going well into the next year, into 2027 on the calendar, if the league, the Clippers, or maybe even the Raptors now, and the NBA PA, the Players Union, disagree with any potential discipline or punishment that is handed down in regards to whatever this investigation into the aspiration deal for Kawhi Leonard actually ends up finding. Truthfully, the fact that this could continue into 2027, when ahead of the NBA Finals, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said, I want this to wrap up soon, and that this is still an ongoing investigation and conversation, is a little bit maddening, but it also allows you to believe, what exactly are they uncovering?
Yeah, so a completely fair question. So up until yesterday, where new articles and a new Pablo Torre finds out podcast episode, credit to him, he literally won a Pulitzer off of the coverage of this, so he's kind of the go-to guy for the updates here. A brief recap. Kawhi Leonard, years ago, signs on with the Clippers. They have some good years. They have some disappointing years. Nothing really major. Clippers, the second most popular basketball team in LA, so be it. Really the third behind UCLA women's basketball. My point being, the Clippers and Kawhi are quiet, and they handle their business, and they do their thing, but they're not making headlines ever. Last year, it is uncovered through Pablo Torre that he being Kawhi Leonard, was allegedly receiving payments through a marketing deal that he actually did not have to do anything for.
Right.
Why that is a big deal is because it is cap circumvention, meaning if the cap is at $100, that is to create fairness across the league. If you give Kawhi $10 here and then $10 off the books, that is unfair because it puts the other teams at a disadvantage. That is the simple way of explaining it. Why it initially was uncovered was because this company, Aspiration, got in trouble with fraud, and people are going to jail and getting sued and fined and all that stuff. You start looking in their books, and somebody found, hey, why are you paying Kawhi Leonard X amount of money in perpetuity? And why is it every time Steve Ballmer, who is invested in this company, sends the company money, that same amount then goes to Kawhi Leonard right away? How is it that Kawhi Leonard, who is notoriously quiet and reserved and doesn't go on social media, getting some exorbitant marketing fees when Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert Downey Jr. aren't getting nearly as much money as he's... So that is what led us up to yesterday.
Yeah.
I will pause there because I want to gauge your temperature here. Before the news that dropped yesterday, whether you know it or not, I'll get to that in a second. Did you care about this story?
I care about the story kind of out of a bewilderment standpoint, and in a comical way as well, because some of those PR events, as Kawhi might be laughing and smiling, were to plant trees that never actually happened, and it caught eyeballs and notoriety through there. And I think it is fascinating based on what that is. I cannot believe it is still ongoing. Mm-hmm. And that's where it's a little bit maddening now, because it is quite literally slowing down two franchises, both the Clippers and the Raptors, that agreed to that blockbuster deal for Kawhi basically a month ago. That deal is on hold because the Raptors were informed by the NBA league office that any potential discipline or punishment to Kawhi Leonard would be reflected by the Raptors, not necessarily just a punishment to the Clippers. I care because anytime you are kind of circumventing salary cap numbers, that's just blatant cheating, however you want to describe it, however you want to slice it, however you want to talk about aprons and the second apron or any of that. Salary cap circumvention is blatant cheating by potentially the Clippers organization. But they have vehemently denied any wrongdoing. They have vehemently said we would never engage in any of that. And all the reports have said that if any discipline is handed down to the Clippers, they will appeal and go through whatever process necessary to prove their innocence in doing so.
That is an important point. The Clippers and Steve Ballmer have remained throughout this whole time adamant that they were also defrauded by this aspiration and their founders and all of their stuff going on. So I cared, like you, from a standpoint of, well, I'm sure teams cheat, but you can't cheat publicly. Like, there has to be a level of buy-in as a fan, and it's difficult to enjoy a sport if I know cheating is going on unregulated.
Yeah.
I did not care about the fact that Kawhi Leonard was maybe not stealing, but taking more money off of billionaires than he should have.
Right.
Because that's the aspect of it, because it was 29 billionaires arguing over what one billionaire gets to spend his money. That's what made it funny. The news story that dropped yesterday is now where we enter territory of people who initially didn't care are going to start caring.
Yes.
Because it is working class people who are getting affected. The summary of it is that RIFC, which is Rhode Island Football Club, has Kawhi Leonard registered as a sponsor. Long story short, when you make a sports team and you want to build a stadium or refurbish a stadium, you can ask the community for funds through taxes and stuff like that. Part of that deal was a lot of money was going to be set aside for affordable housing for the people in Rhode Island. I'm not sure what town it was. 0 of those buildings got built, and the allegations are now of why is Kawhi involved with this company that is doing wrong by the community in Rhode Island? Why is the governor of Rhode Island sitting courtside at Clippers games?
Oh.
And this is where it now gets, okay, this isn't funny anymore. Were you aware that they were stealing millions of dollars from the people of Rhode Island? So that's the new revelation. And now you see, so when Adam Silver made his first offseason acknowledgement of the Kawhi situation and said the Raptors, or if they trade him anywhere else, that team will have to face the brunt of it. He also said there are more investigations going on, and people said, what the heck is he talking about?
Yeah.
Now we know what he was talking about. They have to look into this because, again, if you are stealing tax dollars from the state of Rhode Island, there's some pretty serious repercussions that come with that. So that's where we're at now with the Kawhi Leonard situation. Again, I am giving the first grade level spark notes of this thing. There are much more details that Pablo Torre or articles written about it can decipher, but I hope that's enough to relay why this is now taking so long.
And that was on the latest Pablo Finds Out episode, that this Rhode Island government official was now involved in this? Is that tied to aspiration, or is it its own separate thing?
That, it was portrayed as a completely separate thing. However, if the governor of Rhode Island is sitting courtside at a Clippers game, I'm sure Steve Ballmer knows. I think right now we have every right as fans and just followers of crazy sports stories to wonder if they are connected.
And here again, some of the basics that has been reported wildly by the NBA in terms of what this investigation is looking at. Kawhi Leonard in 2022 signed a $28 million endorsement deal with Aspiration. The Clippers also entered into a separate 23-year, $300 million endorsement deal with Aspiration. Aspiration has filed bankruptcy and is being taken to court, basically, and I think their owner is facing prison time and a lengthy sentence because of fraud. This was not a great marketing marketing deal for either party to be involved in. This investigation started nearly 10 months ago. You know who was also making a lot of money because of this? The New York City law firm of Wachtell Lipton, that is the investigating arm for the NBA's league office as this continues. What I find so fascinating, Brock, about all of the additional reporting and this new bit of information from Pablo Torre and the Rhode Island governor and RIFC and all of that is we have no idea, I think, right now, the scope of what any discipline or punishment could look like. Because basically, from the NBA basketball perspective, all of this, outside of potential government corruption, ties into salary cap circumvention. And if that happens, a team can be punished with hefty $1 million fines, probably chump change to Steve Ballmer. They can lose draft picks. But the person in Kawhi Leonard could have contracts voided, or he could be suspended for a variety of games. And I don't think even Adam Silver at this moment really has a true understanding of what that potential discipline is, which is why the continued reporting that this could be ongoing into 2027, I think is a little bit maddening. But also, when you look at it, it is confusing because you're not sure what that discipline is. It's not as though Kawhi Leonard is going to serve a 15-game suspension when he becomes a Toronto Raptor. The Raptors have to deal with this. The Clippers now move forward. They face their own fiscal fine or whatever it might be. We don't even know what the punishment is or could potentially be. We just have some ideas based on what the current CBA says for cap circumvention.
I know a handful of Clippers fans. My in-laws are diehard Clippers fans, season tickets and all that. They made their choice. They know that I'm a Laker fan, they accepted me anyways.
There were a lot of people, I think, growing up much like you. I was born in 1994. In the late 90s, early 2000s, as the Lakers started the three-peat, there were some people that said, I don't want to root for the best team. Let me root for the Clippers. And that's how they all became Clippers fans.
Yes, exactly.
Lob City, get out of here. I used to get really mad about that in college because my friends were like, oh, you're a Clippers fan, man. Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan. It's like, no, it's a Lakers city. Always will be a Lakers city.
But I do, in conversations with Clippers fans this offseason, I've pulled back my trash talk because this just sucks. Like, you don't know which players are on your team. You don't know how long this investigation is going to take.
Right.
You don't know if Kawhi, if the trade is rescinded, there's going to be punishment. So Kawhi is not going to play for your team. And you're just sitting there thinking, I just want to go to a game and spend too much on a hot dog and a bucket of popcorn. Why? Yep. It's approached a point where now, as a fan, as an Angelino, and we care about all of you,
right?
That's why I care so much about this, because there is a level of sports provide entertainment, and entertainment is a chance to escape. You could argue right now people need to escape their daily lives more than ever before. And now that thing is bringing people stress.
Yeah.
So that's why I care so much about this. And if you are Adam Silver, whenever this thing is finally solved and figured out, you need to sit and explain why this took so long. The fans have known about this for almost a year now,
right,
and you just started kicking the tires on this thing during this offseason from what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So I know these things take a long time, and now that a government official
right
in Rhode Island, literally on the other side of the country, is involved, it's probably going to take longer. But I just wish I knew what to say. If you're Steve Ballmer, whenever the next media availability is to pump up the season and get excited, what are you supposed to say to get any of your fans excited? They don't even know who's on the team.
Right. By the way, here's the theoretical first-round pick swap that we have if Kawhi Leonard is traded. Like, fans don't even know, but truthfully, fans don't even know, and if they can sport their Kawhi Leonard jersey. Fans in Toronto have no idea if Kawhi is coming back to the place that he won a championship years ago. Fans here in Los Angeles might welcome Brandon Ingram back, who is the former Laker. They might want to be buying a Grady Dick jersey. Keep your mind out of the gutters, but I'm sure that's going to pop here in Los Angeles because those are the pieces that you are looking forward to. And I think if you're a Clippers fan, you're looking forward to being done with all of this.
Yeah.
You just want to turn a page and be done with all of this and have this all wrapped up because, to your point, Brock, when you're a sports fan, and now we're talking about billionaires and government officials, and people in power need to be held to a certain standard, and if they break rules and they break laws, then there should be discipline and punishment handed down. But when you're trying to read through a report and it's saying through 2027 in appeals and arbitration and insufficient evidence. You're like, I'm not looking at the police docket.
Right.
Is Kawhi Leonard going to be a Raptor?
Is Brandon Ingram going to be a Clipper?
Yeah.
Like, so I got an email 2 days ago, and it's because I go to see Clippers games with my in-laws because of the season tickets.
You kind of sound like a Clipper fan, dude.
I think it's more sympathy than anything.
Okay.
At
A
this
Clipper
point,
sympathizer.
I'm a Clipper sympathizer.
Yeah, that's good.
And no matter how many times I unsubscribe from the Intuit Dome emails, they keep sending them to me. When I press unsubscribe, it says error. Really shocking. They emailed a promotion, which I'm assuming went to anyone who's ever been in that in that arena, and it's buy your Rui Hachimura jersey. We love Rui Hachimura. But if that is the jersey that you are promoting for the season, like, how are you supposed to be excited for Clippers basketball? This is bigger than the Clippers. This is bigger than sports. Again, why I'm so passionate about this story is because sports. I took pride in putting on a helmet at the University of Minnesota and giving the students who just failed the chemistry test something to escape at on a Saturday afternoon. You know what I mean? I do take pride. I took pride in playing in Chicago or elsewhere, and fans who got babysitters or brought their kids or in line for autograph. Like, there is a trade where Kawhi Leonard makes a lot of money and gets to live a great life, and his kids are probably going to live a great life as well because of that last name and because of the money that hopefully is taken care of. You owe it to them to provide the thing that they pay so much money for. And I'll always be passionate about that agreement. And when that bond is unfairly broken, I do feel for the fans.
Yeah. And again, from the very simple basketball terms of one of the blockbuster deals that kicked off this NBA summer, that started this whirlwind of an NBA offseason, was Kawhi Leonard being traded to the Raptors. And that deal hasn't even gone through yet. The trade is being stonewalled at this moment because neither team is aware of what the discipline is going to be, if a punishment, if a suspension will be handed down, and until that happens, they can't complete the deal. Here would be my advice to Clippers fans.
Okay.
Just buy a Keaton Wagler jersey. That guy's the real deal. The fifth overall pick this past June, he is the real deal. I'm telling you. If you want to be juiced about something, shout out Rui. Again, Rui Hachimura has done some really good things on a basketball court here in Los Angeles. Keaton Wagler is the jersey that you need to buy. Basketball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And I hope the investigation into aspiration, into Kawhi, into the Clippers, into everything really does come to a close soon, because just over 2 weeks ago, Adam Silver was at NBA Summer League in Las Vegas, and the commissioner of the NBA was saying, I want this to be done. And I don't know if it's his signature or somebody else's, but somebody's got to sign the checks headed to the law firm and all the hours they are billing as this investigation continues.
Should have went to law school.
Real talk, man.
Should have went to law school.
I think about that all the time. I had a really good friend, one of my best friends from growing up, went to Calabasas High School, was a terrible student, but played baseball, so got into a good college. Never read. You mentioned first grade Spark Notes. He wouldn't even read Spark Notes for the books that we had to read in high school. All of a sudden, he tells us one day, I'm going to go to law school. And all of my friends were like, you sure about that?
Sure?
Like, brother, you didn't even really read the Spark Notes. He now is a very successful lawyer in Chicago. Could have been us, man. Could have been us.
Spark Notes is such a throwback. Wow. Sorry, Brock. Go ahead.
You don't know what Spark Notes is?
No,
I do. That just gave me like PTSD. I was like, oh my God.
Well, this is the thing. Spark Notes has been replaced by AI. At least with Spark Notes, you had to do a little bit of the work, whereas now they don't have to do any of the work. It's done.
It has to be done. Right?
Grammarly is probably gone.
And let's tie it back to being anti-robot, because the good folks at Spark Notes that did the work, read those books, and then wrote the cliff notes that you needed have been replaced by artificial intelligence. What does this world come to? What does this world come to? Listen,
it's
again,
all falling apart.
I told Brock this story yesterday. I'm driving down Wilshire in Westwood. I'm waiting to turn left at a green light, but creeping into the intersection. On the opposing side of the intersection, turning the opposite left, is a Waymo that had to wait because one of the robotic delivery systems that looks like a cooler on wheels with eyes is crossing the street. And I was like, what world am I living in?
I'm just praying for the day a Waymo malfunctions and hits me.
Oh, dude.
Doesn't kill me.
Don't even need a lawyer. You
Doesn't
can pay
kill
Kawhi
me.
Leonard his own marketing deal.
Broken leg, no problem. Problem. Smoke me, man.
What, please.
Please take me.
I don't know if we can say this on air, but we can find a way to mess up one of the turbines, like put something in it.
Now you're cooking.
And then
you
and I are doing something.
Now you're cooking.
Here's our way to making lawyer money. Our Bob Weaver shirts and messing with Waymos. We'll continue the fun here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Brock and Alex. Up next. Hey, we welcome you back to Brock and Alex on this Thursday here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 855-97 LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. The Dodger discussion with some good injury news finally from the mouth of Dave Roberts as they get ready for their third and final game of this midweek set against the Seattle Mariners tonight, the rubber match at Chavez Ravine, where, of course, tonight will be Roki Sasaki. But one of the main storylines, Brock, for the next 2 months, as we get to the end of the regular season, with October on the horizon, is what is the Dodgers' starting pitching staff going to look like for playoff baseball? Of course, Tyler Glasnow has only made about 7 starts this year. We haven't seen him in months. It was back spasms in early May. We thought we might see him 2 weeks later. We haven't seen him since the early portion of May. Blake Snell has only made 1 start this year. That was also in early May against the Braves, and that's been it for the Dodgers. But last night, Edwin Diaz back, closed out the game, save number 5 for Diaz in his 9th outing in a Dodger uniform. And throughout the year, it has been the depth of this Dodger rotation. Eric Lauer put that on full display last night, winning his 5th game. And the Dodgers are a perfect 9-0 when Lauer pitches for LA. Justin Robleski, an all-star. Roki Sasaki has flashed moments of brilliance. Yoshinobu Yamamoto has basically become the ace of this staff. But with some positive injury news this week. Tyler Glasnow yesterday, 2 live innings of a bullpen session inside Dodger Stadium before the game against the Mariners. Blake Snell, 4 shutout innings featuring 9 punch-outs in single-A Ontario rehab work yesterday as well. The Dodgers are starting to get healthier, and the playoff version of this team is starting to take shape.
Yes, and you look ahead toward the playoffs because that is ultimately what the Dodgers are planning for. 3+1, right? It's not a deep rotation. It's 3 guys for sure, and it's 1 guy who you would trust if another guy needs an extra day. You have Yoshi. You have Robleski. Yes, his recent start was not great, but he has proven enough to have trust come October.
Yeah.
And then there's that open slot. If Snell comes back and is like his former self from, well, almost 2 years ago now, that's him. If Roki continues to have this level of trust and keeps pitching well and better, maybe it's him. Now, he would only be in there if there's no Snell, no Glasnow, and no Shohei, but just from names that you can trust. Lauer, we love him. Not a scenario we expect him to be in. Sheehan, we're wondering if he's going to be traded, if he'll be there. And Shohei, who we do not want to see until late August. If he is available in the World Series, he would be fresh, but hopefully minimal usage. And again, that is if we even see him on the mound for the remainder of the year. So that's where we sit with the trade deadline looming just a couple days away on Monday. And I held off for so long in them needing to make a move because I was afraid Robleski was going to be in that conversation. He has now pitched himself out of that conversation. Sheehan is now in that conversation. And as we spoke about earlier, if it's just Sheehan and maybe 1 prospect for Skubal who will also be extended before the season is over, I'm on board with that plan. If it is Sheehan and more than 1 prospect and Skubal is not going to be extended on a rental, I am not with that plan because I would rather keep 1 or 2 premier farm players and just rely on Shohei, Snell, and hopefully a Glasnow. So that's my bird's eye view of the current rotation. It is still, even though it's a shell of itself, a better rotation than, we'll say, 85% of baseball. But if we can get 1 or 2 healthy arms back, it goes back up to being among the best.
And what is really exciting about this time on the second to last day here in the month of July is that it now seems promising that Blake Snell can get multiple regular season starts in before October, maybe 3, 4, or 5. Same story for Tyler Glasnow, where a mid-August return now seems plausible after 2 very good innings of live bullpen work against live hitters on the other side, where most of the updates on Glasnow were infuriating since the early portion of May because there wasn't an update on the guy that was dealing with back spasms. We understand how difficult that can be, but it felt like, okay, he's going to miss a few weeks, and then he missed multiple months, so it didn't make a ton of sense. And I think, of course, this is a large caveat, and of course the if needs to be thrown into context. But if all are at least 95% healthy, then I think the ideal Dodgers postseason starting staff is Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, and if you even need him, Shohei Ohtani.
I like that. Yeah.
I think you focus more on Shohei the bat, where if Roki Sasaki can continue to deliver that confidence, Justin Robleski has proved to you that he can step up in big games and outduel and outwheel even the best pitchers on the other side, where Eric Lauer has some postseason experience and has looked great in a Dodger uniform. You now have pieces, Brock, that you can either throw in to a start come October, where Shohei's right arm is not necessarily of the greatest importance, or you know at the very least that if you need to have a bullpen-type game, you can count on Robleski, on Lauer, certainly on Sasaki, who was great in the back end of the bullpen, recorded 8 saves last year as the Dodgers won a second consecutive World Series in the postseason. You can count on the names that we are still seeing delivering pitching performances right here, right now, ahead of all these guys coming back from their injuries to give you critical high-leverage spots come October.
I love that, and I love the creativity that having Robleski on ice provides you. Say Shohei is healthy enough to start, and it isn't necessarily an opener, but you also don't want him to go 6 things. Like, that's where Robleski comes in. Okay, yeah. Shohei, give us 3 or 4. Justin Robleski is right there. If Yoshi, knocking on wood here, I didn't knock on wood the first time, I will the second time during this break.
That's
I promise.
Not 2 knocks that we
I know.
need. We'll get the live stream on you to hit that.
I'm putting us in a hole. If Yoshi goes out there and for whatever reason, second inning, he's getting rocked, he doesn't have it, Justin Robleski is right there. Yeah. If Blake Snell goes out there and has a flare-up, if Glasnow goes there, I love Robleski being the guy where we don't have to necessarily make this a bullpen game. It's kind of like a bridge to a bullpen game.
For sure.
I like the idea of having him as a chess piece if that foursome is entirely healthy. Robleski was in. The first time he really made a name for himself was last year during the World Series. If you can pitch during a World Series and pitch a scoreless inning and then come off that and have an all-star season, it may be disappointing to hear that you're not going to be part of that main rotation. Right. But if everyone else is healthy, all of our $20 million plus guys, I love him just almost like the utility pitcher,
for
essentially.
Sure. You know that Robo wants to be included.
Yeah.
He thinks he is worth it, and he has put on full display all-star worthy stuff for earning that first nod. I would trust, if I was Dave Roberts, in Justin Robleski. Now, it's a very different stage come October than it's been in June, July, and even August for Robleski, but I would still have the confidence in that guy. If I needed a start, if I needed him to give me 4, 5, or 6 innings, that he would go out there and absolutely shove. And that could be also where Shohei Ohtani factors into the October pitching conversation, where we saw what he did last year in returning from that second major arm surgery after missing a full year on the mound, where I don't know if Ohtani is ever going to start another game, at least this year, but maybe ever, but at least this year, where he goes 5, 6, or 7. But if you tell me that I can get 2 innings out of Shohei Ohtani, and he's well aware of that, and he's putting his best stuff out there for 20 to 25 pitches, there's not going to be many better in that small of a sample size. And then you can turn it over to Robleski or Lauer to give you 4 or 5 and then trust in the back end of a Dodgers bullpen that also, when fully healthy, with the addition of some other names like Kasparez coming on his way back, on his way back. Another good injury update there. Blake Trinan could be on his way back. That you trust with those guys, Will Klein, Tanner Scott, and now Edwin Diaz, that you know in those critical moments when you need to hold on to a game in late October, they're going to be out there to get the job done.
The idea that a Tanner Scott, either of the Trinans or Benz, the idea that there are so many Edgardo Enriquez, who has had a fantastic job and just those gas. The idea that you can have those guys always outnumber the number of innings that you need from them. Mm-hmm. I just listed off 4, 5, or 6 names. And if you have your foursome of a starter and also Robleski or Shohei, who can be a bridge guy, the fact that you can look at that bullpen and say, of the 5 best of you, I'm only ever going to need 3 innings, more often than not 2, because we're going to pass it off to Diaz. That is as comfortable as you could possibly feel. And similar to last year, most notably in that marathon of a game that went into 4 a.m. or whatever the heck it was in Toronto time zone. Having a tumultuous year of injuries and pulling up guys from Oklahoma and sending them back and taking guys from Toronto like Eric. The beauty of that is once you get to the playoffs, you have more trusted depth that you can rely on when the going gets tough. That like the amount of ingredients that you can pull from is so much deeper from everyone else, and you don't have to second guess. The level, the number of guys that a manager is going to trust come playoff time shrinks. The fact that Dave Roberts is going to be tenfold what most other managers have, that is the silver lining of what can be at times a very frustrating training room that the Dodgers are dealing with.
And I would like to remind many around Major League Baseball, it is that depth that I think is the great difference for the Los Angeles Dodgers and why they are such a strong favorite to win a third consecutive World Series, because you have these guys in experiences that they can now count on when those moments matter most come October. Who was the 2024 NLCS MVP? Was it Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman? No, it was Tommy Edman, who was one of their great players in the World Series last year. Was it Shohei Ohtani? No, not really. Was it Mookie Betts? No, it was Kike Hernandez, who is also working his way back as well. And I think, Brock, for all of the reasons that we just highlighted, with Tyler Glass now starting to make his way back, where it feels as though he is going to start his rehab assignments very, very soon, where Blake Snell last night had 60 pitches in 4 shutout innings in single-A ball for Ontario, mind you, but 45 of those 60 were within the strike zone, and the fastball was hovering around 96. I think there's a lot of reasons why 4 days out from the trade deadline, because of the concerns of what the return would have to be to the Tigers for Tarek Skubal, knowing it's a rental, knowing how precarious the future of Major League Baseball is with the impending lockout this upcoming winter and what 2027 could look like, many Dodgers fans feel like if we're healthy, as great as Skubal is, we don't necessarily need him, at least not for what would have to be offered up in return.
Speaking of Skubal, there was a hilarious tweet that was sent out yesterday from the Detroit Tigers, who have been playing this game regarding, they're going to trade him, then they weren't going to trade him, then they're going to trade him, then they weren't going to trade him. For those of you who are watching the YouTube live stream, you would think that Skubal died yesterday.
That's like Lou Gehrig's last game right there.
So Skubal is taking his right hand over his heart. He is holding his hat in his glove hand, which is actually kind of weird to do it that way, and he had a standing ovation. Now, Detroit is trying to paint it as, no, he was the first, he was the quickest Tiger to reach 1,000 strikeouts. That's why we're honoring him. If you look at this photo and you go back and watch the footage, there is a high-def camera tracking him, his last walk from the mound to the dugout. The fans are on their feet. He's super emotional. If you're watching on the stream, you can see, like, he's out of there. Yeah. And the Dodgers now can either play offense by getting Skubal. They can also play defense by getting Skubal, just making sure one of their competitors, the Brewers, really, he has such a manageable contract. Anyone can trade for him that's in the NL, and they can play defense. Or, like you said, if they had if they have enough confidence that everyone's going to be healthy, they can roll the dice and say, you can have Skubal, we're going to trust our guys.
And if you want to see what we are talking about, that's why you make sure you're in the chat. On YouTube, at The Fan LA. You want to see what we are discussing with those visual images that look so pretty? It's at The Fan LA on all of the social media channels as well, because the folks behind the scenes do a very good job of making this all look so pretty, including this wooden decoration shelving unit that Brock Vereen has to knock on because he has said knock on wood twice, and we need him to come through for the health of the Dodgers in October and Matthew Stafford for a Super Bowl season. There he did. He paid it off. 2 knocks. You heard him. The man who knocks, Brock Vereen, and myself, Ben Stevens, continue the conversation as we will talk some football on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. The coffee has kicked in as we near 1 p.m. here in Los Angeles. It is Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Brock Vereen. I am Ben Stevens. In today for Alex Curry. We come to the end of our third hour, and the coffee has kicked in. It is time for Brock to spill the tea.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Welcome on in to Spill the Tea, because there is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee. But before you can have that afternoon cup of coffee, you first have to spill the tea. Ben, today will be a quick one. I could not decide if it was going to be NFL themed or college football themed, so I decided on something that is going to bridge the gap of both.
Okay.
Today, I want to let everyone know why your favorite young rookie wide receiver is going to drop a lot of passes during the preseason, and why you do not need to panic. It happens every single year. Every single year, you're going to see a bunch of cut-ups of a bunch of first-round, second-round, and third-round picks who you expect to be your wide receiver one day, and they're going to drop balls in a preseason game or out of practice, and you're going to freak out and call them a bust, and then a couple years later, they're going to turn into Jamar Chase, and you're going to look like an idiot. Here's why the drops happen. There is a difference between a college football and an NFL football. And I train and work with a lot of kids, and only recently did I realize, I think the majority of people do not know this. A college football has stripes on it, and NFL football does not. People know that the dimensions are different, but there are no stripes on an NFL football. Also, typically, an NFL football is a little darker than a college football. One is dark brown, one is medium brown. That does not seem like a big deal. But if you are picturing a football and there are stripes on either side of it, what that does is when the ball is thrown, it is easier to track whether it's a spiral or not. And if you know if it's a spiral or not, you can gauge where the ball is going to land. Think of the stripes on the ball and think of a perfect Matthew Stafford spiral. And you would picture what basically becomes a white circle. And you take your hands and you put it right where that white circle is going to be, because the ball's spinning so fast, and you can catch the ball. Once you take the stripes off of the football and the ball is a little darker, why young guys struggle to catch the balls, especially in games, the first preseason action, is because their ability to track the ball hasn't been drilled into their head yet. Yes, after their final college snap, wherever they go train, they're going to use an NFL ball, and they're going to have months of it, but it's not the same when there are 11 people over there, 11 people over here, my head's spinning, I'm in my first NFL action, and my brain is going to revert back to what I've always been taught. Track the white lines. Even if you're not doing that consciously, you're doing it subconsciously, because in youth football, the balls have stripes. In high school football, the balls have stripes. In college football, the balls have stripes. And it drives me crazy that people on broadcast don't give the young guys a little bit of leeway, saying how their brain is tracking the football is completely different, and it is going to take months and months and months of doing it before they're comfortable doing it in a game. The same goes for punt returners. Your young DB, your slot wideout, is going to go back there on punt return, and he's going to drop a punt in the preseason. Same thing, because how he tracks the ball, its trajectory on where it's going to land, how tight of a spiral it is, meaning how far the ball is going to go, is different. So that is the tea for today. If you did not know, that is why so many young guys drop footballs, and that is the difference between a college football and an NFL football.
And you just learned something. You just became a little bit smarter of a football fan. Now, let me ask you this, Brock Vereen. When you were going through training camp, when you were going through the first few days of fall camp, how critical were those first few practices just to get back into the swing of things when you've basically had the entire summer off?
They are massive. So you finish your last college football game. Hopefully you play for a national championship. If you're like me and you played at Minnesota, you played for a bowl game that was a couple weeks before the national championship.
That's fair.
So you get shipped off to wherever you go to train. The most popular places are Florida, Scottsdale area, Arizona, Phoenix, Scottsdale, Arizona, and Orange County. Those are the three most popular places. I went to Orange County. There's only so many great trainers, and there's only so many places you can go to meet them. you do a ton of individual drills, but you're not doing 7-on-7. You're not wearing pads. You're trying to get in the best shape of your life to prepare for the combine and for individual workouts with teams. And even when you go to the individual workouts, you're not doing one-on-ones. You're just backpedaling, you're sprinting, you're focused on being as athletic as possible. Why I bring that up is because once you get to OTAs, especially training camp, because OTAs really isn't the same level of intensity, you kind of have to relearn a lot of things because it's the longest you've ever gone not playing 11-on-11 or 7-on-7 or something. Because typically you're in spring ball and you're wearing pads, or even in high school you're doing 7-on-7 leagues or passing leagues and stuff like that. So that was the biggest hurdle, was reminding myself of how to communicate with guys, how to understand defenses. You're learning an entirely new scheme that's going to be much more complicated than the one that you probably were running in college. And your head is spinning. Your athleticism is not what you're worried about. It's the mental leap of proving I remember how 11 guys look on a defense and where I'm supposed to be within this puzzle.
I think it's very easy for everybody to understand. You just started a new job. You don't even know where the bathroom is. And then guys are trying to kill you as they're trying to tackle you, and your quarterback just threw you a 15-yard dig route at what would be the equivalent of a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. Can you explain that for people as well?
Yes.
Like, I don't think individuals understand how hard Matthew Stafford throws the ball at you. If you were to stand 10 yards away from Matthew, not even moving, you're standing still, and he were to throw you what would be a slant route, it would probably go through you and push you backwards about 10 yards.
Seriously, the ability to catch a football from an NFL arm is massive. And the biggest thing I learned my rookie year being with Jay Cutler was, even on the rare occasion I got my hand on the football, I ain't catching that thing. That dude throws the ball so hard. It is very tricky because you want to revert back to just the ability to catch a football. It seems simple on your couch. How many people on their couch have caught a football wearing a helmet? How many people have caught a football wearing a helmet while running full speed, backpedaling full speed? How many people have caught a football wearing a helmet, running full speed, knowing the second this ball hits my hands, probably half a second before, Jesse Bates is gonna try and split me in two. You know, it's very basic fundamentals that you have done your entire life, but the stakes have never been higher because I am getting paid to do this. I'll be honest, on my high school football team, I could drop 5 touchdowns in a row. My coach is still going to start me on the next game because the threshold of those of us who were going to go play in college was just higher than the kids who just wanted to hang out and wanted something to do before baseball season started, right? What you feel in the NFL and the biggest adjustment, even when you're in college, like say you knew you were going to be a first-round pick your entire senior year. You could go out there and have 5 bad games. You're still going to start game number 6. Mm-hmm. The NFL is not like that. The NFL makes it clear, once you sign on the dotted line and you're on this team, we do not care if we are paying you $20 million or you're making the league minimum. If you are the best player, if we have the most trust in you, you're going to be out there. So the pecking order of, I'm starting today, but the guy who was running with the 2s behind me had a really good day, so I have to have a really good day tomorrow. I had a mediocre day. He had another great one, day 3. Now he's starting. I'm running with the 2s, but I had 3 interceptions, and I'm killing it on special teams, so now I'm back with the stars. Yeah. There's a lot of hierarchy that top-level players, which anyone who goes from high school to college to NFL is a top-level player, whether you're a first-round pick or seventh-round pick, you're in the 1%. You're not used to the hierarchy shifting because you were the best player in Pop Warner. You're the best player on your high school team. You're one of the best players in college. And now you're surrounded by the best of the best. And that is one of the biggest hurdles is, oh, shoot, I'm in competition for my job every single day again.
Yeah. One of the things that I would least want to do in the world is run about a 15-yard dig route against an NFL defense, have somebody throw me the football, and then try to catch it as I'm going to be absolutely annihilated by a defensive back or a safety. I'd rather try to hit a Yoshinobu Yamamoto fastball than try to do that because I would fear for my life in one. I know I have 0 chance in the other. Speaking of spill the tea, the guy who just won a national championship with Indiana football kind of flipped the entirety of the sport in the national landscape on its head. He had some tea today in Chicago. Here was Curt Cignetti talking about the Big Ten as the best conference in college football. Quote, Brock, here's what he said. Quote, we don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest, include the West Coast in that. We believe everything is earned, not given. When we fall short, we say we fell short. We don't cry a river and whine and complain. All right? And that's why we're the best.
Translation. The SEC has done too much winning to be acting like such a bunch of losers.
Yep.
They're acting like losers, and they're not going to win a championship this year, and I'm going to love every single second of it because they are miserable, miserable people.
Every single second of it. All the SEC can do is talk. It just means more wah. Should be their updated motto. We'll continue here on Brock and Alex on the other side. Hour 4 in store here on the new 97.1 The Fan.